Okay. I guess it's going. I think so. Oh, hold on. There we go. Lovely. At least now there's something going on. Hi. Lore Gobblin. That's what we're going with, huh? Interesting choice that I made, I suppose. But see, the problem is that it should be like Lore Goblin Gobla, like the fantasy creature, but that's not canonical to Ungolian, so I can't do Lore Goblin. So it says like you're Goblin the Lore. Whatever, sure. I don't know. I don't expect anything to happen with this. We're just trying it out. Different things, different ideas for content, I suppose. I should keep my hands more centrally located so that I'm right in frame. There we go, right there. Obviously a professional. Obviously well versed in live information. So let's get into it, I suppose. If you read the description of the information here, then we're working on the Ungolian language here today. My least fleshed out. Well, that's not true. The least. I've said this in the episodes before. The least fleshed out version of the Ungolian language, and I think I finally settled on what I'm going to use for adjectival Ungolian references. Umbalinic was not a good one. I didn't like Umbalinic, but Umbalinian I think has some promise to it. Umbalinian? I don't know. Drop a comment, maybe. Who's to say? I suppose I am as the ultimate arbiter of what is canon and what is not. But let me do a little bit of cleanup here. I'm gonna take that music down just a scoocherino. Oh nope, not that. Okay, yeah, got my chat over there. We've got one whole viewer going on right now. Oh, let me get this out of the way. I don't need that up anymore. I fixed my settings, so I don't need to worry about that. Where am I headed? I'm headed here. Yeah, that's where I'm headed. We'll take this down to just a little bit less in the mix. All right. I've got so many screens I'm managing. Ultimate professional. Ultimate professional. That's what we're going for. Ultimate professional. I'll get better headphones later on. Later on, I don't know. I might just buy some. These are my old ones. I used to use these for my soccer show. I used to do. You could find it. It's what, a coffee with a kick, but don't do that one anymore. Used to wear those for that. It wasn't live, but who cares? So, Ungol, the dwarf guys, right? Since they have a symbol-based language, what I'm going to do is I've got this working, it's just a working document here that I'm going to just cut and paste to move everything around on Zoom way in so that I can start working just up in the top right corner, because their language is symbol-based, similar to like kanji in Japanese or Egyptian hieroglyphs, or like the Mandarin Chinese, individual symbol, not alphabetical. So that means that each word gets its own little symbol. And I don't know if you know this, but languages tend to have a lot of words, and for each one to have its own symbol is somewhat difficult to manage when you're making the whole thing up on your own. So that's why I can sort of like make things up in their language pretty easily, but as far as writing it, can't do that as well. Can't do that as well at all. So that's what we're working on here today. I've already got a good number of things nailed down in their language. So like we'll start our finished box here for what we already have. We have things like so, which is equal to water as a base element, which is equal to stone. We've got A, which is equal to dirt. We've got Drum, which is equal to book. We've got Alam, which is equal to a sun. And we'll put it in That's not what I wanted to do. Nope. Stop. Stop. There. Now get back in text. There. Interesting. Okay. Alum, and then on, which is equal to honor. Arc. Oh, interesting. Which is equal to brave. Okay. Right, that plays into one of the ones I was thinking about today. So that's why I'm slowing down on that. Pulling this off my sheet here, if you could see, it's got a bunch of little scribbles. But here's the one that's really got a bunch of scribbles. It's got a bunch of different names on it. Look at that. Eesh, ugh, so scatterbrained. The difficult thing is prepositions. You don't think about this, but like, well, I mean, you might think about this, but I'm thinking about it in the context of having each word being an individual symbol. And I was like, for prepositions, I didn't really want to have symbols for prepositions. So I'm thinking, what I'm planning on doing is like bracketing in some way. I'll explain that more as we get into it. But I'm thinking about using actual very small indicative, like prepositional, I don't know, you could call them accents maybe, to stand in for the words. The words exist in and of themselves. Like there's the classic conjugation of the, of, and the. Like in Spanish, it uses like del is of the, because de and el are of and the respectively in Spanish. So in this, I have com, K-O-M, because co is of and om is the, which isn't necessarily like a word. I mean, in the sense that even in English, it's technically considered a article adjective, right? So it's sort of like the in and of itself is not a word. It is necessarily tied to something else. So that's where I'm bridging off of this sort of idea. Com being the most base of this adjective, not adjective, prepositional pairing, treating the more as a description of things being, well, how would you say this? Individualizing a concept, right? So instead of it being like a broad-based tree, it's the tree. So it changes it from the generic to specific. So basically, if you don't see the om there, then it means general, right? So that's why in what might be in my map back here, om varag, right? Om varag. These guys over here. I should go get my pointer that I use in that. Let me do that. Let me go and do that. I can do it. Okay, was that fast enough? Oh, goodness. Oh, it bent. Oof. Ah, that was close. Okay. Hold on. Let me get my headphones back in so I can hear myself think. And get that music back on. Okay. Om Varag, the 5 pillars. That is what Om Varag means. So if you were to say Varag, it'd be just 5 pillars out there in the word. But Om Varag concretizes it essentially into a specific instance of. It gives it personality essentially. Personhood, you might say in a way. If you really want to get crazy with it, egregore, it makes it into an individual thing with its own reputation, its own everything like that. But that is something that I'll be working on more on this side, because that as far as like iterizing on the concepts of a symbol, that's not that interesting. I may work on it a little bit later on. Oh boy, I did already have that question. What is Gil? Because I've already named like a bunch of things in Ungolian, but I don't necessarily have all their words in place already. So it makes it sort of like strange. I don't know. So let's see what we've got here. What I was working on today well, what I've been working on in general recently is that I believe I've said this in one of the episodes that we're gonna make ourselves some coins, make ourselves some coinage to make it nice at the table, and that means that I want to have on there some writing, which lore-wise, the Ungolian Empire is like a bit of a strong word. The Ungolian, maybe collective is the best way to put it. The Ungolians are one of their main functions in Ungolian is that they are bankers. So they make all of the coins that are used throughout Ungolian. And so I wanted to have they make all the coins, and so all the coins will have their name on there, the name of their leaders, which is the Setok Com Mavai Trabion. No, yeah, Setok Com Mavai Trabion, which means Council of the Rarest Wealth in total. But if I want to have it on the coins, if I want to actualize it into a physical thing, then I have to be able to write it down, which makes sense, right? So that's what I was working on most recently. Let me sort through these papers a little bit to get that pulled up. There's Ecor. I might want to change Ecor. So we'll go ahead and put on here. Oops. Get here. I don't want that. Where's my pencil? Not pattern pens. Pencils and mechanical pencil. Yeah, that's what I want. Maybe I want to list these all separately. But so each of these, each symbol is going to be in sort of a square format, is what it will end up being. So I'm a bad drawer. So we'll have to just bear with that to a certain degree. And these here are all base words, so they're going to be more intentionally simple than other words that we'll have as we go through this. So being water is a very base elemental sort of thing. And what we've got for that is, oh, yes, I'm going to, okay, yeah, let me try this again. We'll create a new layer. Here's this layer, okay. So it's going to be, oh, hey, didn't I? Bummer, okay. Oh, that's right, that's bad. I want to try that again. Take two. Zoom in a little bit bigger. Okay, and then brush size. We'll take the double. Fine. Opacity. Hunderino. Ugh, gross. Never mind. Change my mind. Don't like how that looks. Opacity 50. Maybe let's try this. Let's just go like do. Done. And then do. Nope. Nah. I could have workshopped this a little bit before I even started, but we're here now. And maybe we'll just adjust this all a little bit. It won't let me select my words. Ah, that's not what I want. Yeah, I'm editing this one, so let me select it. Great. It's being disrespectful of me. The program. You're getting deleted then, maybe. Whatever. We'll work on it as we go. Back to the matter at hand, which is that we've got so. What happened now? Yes. Okay. Oh, I see. I gotta clear my selection. There we go. I want to see how big this. Okay, we're pretty small still, so. Should be fine. Let's zoom out to about here. And then so in general it's going to be this. a circle, sir. Dude, really ticking me off. So. This is so. There we go. Then we've got stone. Much more. Also simple. There's stone. Dirt. Dirt, I don't know if I like this for dirt. I currently have this. I may come back to this. But I currently have this. Because it's sort of like stone. Right? Because dirt comes from stone? Not really. It actually comes from, that's a fair point. That dirt doesn't come from stone. It comes from decayed matter. Sand comes from stone, so that'd be more appropriate for sand. But dirt, I actually don't have now. I'm going to erase dirt. Not going to keep that on there. Droom I do have, because you may have seen Nib Droom. He's got his thing ready, so it's... And this is, of course, a very rough version of this. Because, you know, they be much better at it than I am at drawing the lines and whatnot. Maybe you do it like this. That is Droom. Alum I do not have. These I've also just been collecting like the actual names of those here. But going to the most recent information. Oh, there's a lot on there, my word. I didn't look at the backside of this. Let's see. What's on here? Oh, wrote. Yeah. So, wrote is one. Got wrote. Why doesn't it doesn't like me to do circles? Why doesn't it like me to? Maybe if I did it like this there. Wrote equals mouth. Why is it doing that? That is a strange thing that it is doing to me. And then we can go to additional words that we're working on. Let's see. Rog. Wow, it really... There we go. Maybe I just need to press harder? No. It's not being very nice to me. Maybe if I zoom in some and make the bigger. There. Rogue is equal to Dolrog. Sorry, Rog. No, it's Rogue. Dolrog. Which is pillar. And then we're gonna have here, so Dol, which is strong. Dol, strong. And I guess I can go ahead and put those on here, right? But Setok, not interestingly, but it is not a base word. Because if you can imagine, the concept of a council is not, something you're going to make a base word. Then we've got Mavi, which is wealth. Then we've got Trab, which is rare. So trab meaning rare, trab core being an interesting suffix. I'll put that in here, but it is not a I guess it is a standalone word in a sense. But core, generally a suffix. I'm going to put a little dash there. It means item. It means trade good. It's very similar to Alm in a way. In that it individualizes something, but it's more for mercantile purposes. It's more for trade purposes. So like it means it's an item. It means it's a trade good. And luckily, I can read my own handwriting fine. Other people, not so much, but I can read my handwriting fine. But that's not true. I can read my handwriting sometimes with great effort. So I know what these things mean, so I should be able to read it going back to it. But core, I do have the symbol for. It is... It makes it puts this around whatever the symbol is, this hexagonal structure. So like if you did this, let me make it a little bit more legible there. So like this, right? So that's going to be so core, meaning it's a trade. It is essentially potable water, right? This means it's going to be a trade good that you could trade this so core for something else. So being a more base word, so like you could say for so, there's a town, there's a city on the map that you can see back. Well, it's not on this one, but there's one that's called Tomb So, meaning, oh, that's another one, tomb. I probably shouldn't be doing all these like handwriting, but you know, I've done it now, so here we are. Tomb. That's a very important one. This means like deep. It doesn't mean like, it means deep. It means the depths. It means down. It is a very, and the base symbol for it is right here. This is the base symbol for tomb, and this one is used in a lot of other ones. This is sort of like the it is not sort of, it is intentionally the inverse of so. So like this is a container, right? This is a container that's filled with a liquid. So that's why the most base container filled with liquid is water. You could then adjust this symbol in their language by doing this, and then you could put something in the water to identify it as something else. That's my intention for this base symbol here. Now, deep tomb is I sort of it's a bottomless, essentially. It's bottomless, right? If this is a container, that means it has a defined limit to its depth, right? You can go into this and there's something there. For tomb, it is that that you are above on this surface, essentially. This is where you would be, and then you are going down into something, and it is infinitely deep. So it is tomb. It is deep. That plays into a lot of So Tomb So, this town, if you were to write it out, would look like this. Look at this. Here we go. First word, like full word. We're gonna go tomb. So, isn't that fun? Look at that. There you go. Tomb So. Tomb So. Oops, sorry. That shouldn't be capital S. Tomb So. A town in the deep in the Lesser Kashars. We've got Tomb So right there. Look at that. Yeah, maybe I should like watch what I'm doing. There we go. Haha. Tomb So as an example for you all. They are obviously deep water. Okay, the selection did take, didn't it? What happened? Here we are. Just cleaning it up a little bit. Tomb So. Down deep in the Lesser Kashars, which, you know what, I'll go ahead and put the map on here. Let me do it this way. Let me use one of my... Oh no! You shouldn't be on there. Get over here. That didn't work at all. Okay. Do Ungolian. Map 4K. That works. Tomb So would be... Nope. I'm looking at this, fellas. We'll use this one. There we are. Tomb So is deep water. If I recall, that is going to be way back in here. Deep water. Right? I have to look at one of my other maps. I've got that note somewhere in there. But here's Tomb So, way down here. That would be deep water. It has not been mentioned yet in any sort of like passing. So that's why it's not on this map yet, because I haven't really mentioned it. But that will be where it is. And that will be how it looks. Interesting. Isn't that interesting? Maybe not. Who knows? Then from there, what is over here? I'm just trying to amalgamate all these on here. So we're talking about Setako Mabajo. Duh. Obviously. Which I put up here. Trabion. Yeah. So I was, and Trabion, Ion is a suffix. That one is definitionally a suffix. And there. So, spelled like that. It is a suffix that is an intensifier, right? Maybe I should spell it correctly. In cursive. Intensive. Alright. Intensive. I'm just going to do intensifying suffix. And what did I do for that? Oh, that's right, I did that. Ah, okay. And so for this, that may end up changing in the end, because I'm still, obviously I'm still constructing this language. And there are several things, like, their verb tenses are a work in progress, I'll say. There are different letters that you do for different sort of interactions, and then there's like a ending for the verb tense, and then there's an ending for like the subject object tense, I guess is how it would be, and more like a negating tense for the final portion. So like veneer, there we go. Vin is one of the base words, or veen, I should say. Veen means ruler, sort of like power. It's got all that built into it, and it looks like this right here. Is that right? No, it doesn't have those. That's right. That was one of the earlier iterations. This is what it looks like. So it's sort of a base word, but and you know what? This one is interesting because I don't know if it's a base word yet. It's a modifier that they use, but it means like pure or the essential essence of. Essential S-E-N-C-E, right? I don't know. My handwriting is bad enough that you will never know. And it is this symbol here. It is just an empty square, right? It is sort of it's pellucid, right? It is visible through. It is a container, so it is the pure essence of whatever that concept is. And I don't know that it has its own word, or if it's just used in their language to modify other things. For example, what we're building to, right? All what we're building to. Mavai trabion. Trabion. The word trab up here means rare. And when I looked at that, I was thinking about it. I did my little word cloud for it. Rare, it's going to mean treasure. If you have a trab core I already had the word for. That meant treasure. So it's a rare thing, essentially, like you're trading a rare thing. So trab itself is just going to mean rare, and then you can iterate upon that. But since it means it's going to be a rare, if a trab core is a rare treasure, then trab is probably going to need to come from some sort of base of some sort of material base, right? So the idea that I had for trab core is that I make it a metal, because like the generally accepted cross culturally, essentially, that there are rare metals, that there are valuable metals. So first I already had the word tabe. The word tabe meant metal. And I may want to change that to tab, just because I like tab. That sounds better than tabe. And tab to trab is better than tape to tab, I guess. But this just means metal. And so I had to be like, so what do I want metal to be in this? What do I want metal to be? I want metal to be derivative of something else. I don't want that to be a base symbol, right? Because metal in the real world is not a base. It is not a base, right? It is rare to find metal that is extant as a metal in the natural world. You generally have to refine it down from an ore of some sort. Gold's like the one exception. Well, it was one of the few exceptions, actually, because silver's also that way. And a lot of the rare metals are actually in their pure form while in the ground. Things like iron and steel, obviously, because steel is an alloy. It's not even a pure metal. But copper, iron, all of those sort of older metals that we think of have a refinement process that they go through in order to be usable. So I took that idea and I did that with tab. Tabe. It's supposed to be tabe. It should be tab, but it's, you know what? Let's just make it official. I want it to be tabe. Wait, I want it to be tab. Yeah, I want it to be tab because I want it to go to trab. So tab, and if we'll go ahead and put this note up here. So like a double vowel. Double vowel equals short. Single vowel equals long. And the reason that is that, and I talked about this in Wade's DM debrief for episode 7. Yeah, Wade's DM debrief. So Upanor for episode 7 DM debrief. I talked about Plainspeak, the lingua franca, as I appropriately used in that episode. The lingua franca, that the first language, the first Ungolian, to try to see if that actually works, the first Ungolian language to be put into the common alphabet, the one that has been taken from the kiss tone language, and everything else has been sort of mushed into it, right? Like with Latin, Arabic uses a different alphabet than English, but you can write those words in English letters. It's just sometimes like things are a little wonky because it doesn't quite fit. They have phonemes that we don't have. A phoneme being an individual mouth sound, individual mouth sound within your language. So Ungol was the first language to be put into that because they're, so intertwined with all the other cultures, all the other, not so much cultures, but more economies. They're more entwined with all of that. They wanted to be the first ones to put their language into it. So them not having any sort of precedent to go off of, they just decided to do it this way. Basically is what it boils down to. Is like they didn't want to do anything that would make it too difficult. It's like, well, these vowels are similar, but we want to distinguish between them in some way, so we're just going to use the same. We're going to group them together, but we're going to do double vowels for a short sound and single vowels for a long sound. And that's how you're going to do our language in your alphabet. And so that's how it works. The other languages, as you've probably seen if you've been across our information at all, like the Mozart language uses the more like English grammar little swoops for the little, let me just put it on here. Like if you got an A, you can do a little swoop. You can do A, you can do a long. And those actually directly equate to what you would do here. So like this is A and this is A, right? In how you would do English grammar pronunciation. The other ones use different things, like for A, there's this in the Tsashek language. In the Ungolian language, it's actually one of the most simple ones to read because they only have. It's very similar to Spanish in the way that if you see a vowel, it's always going to sound the same. They only have 5 vowel sounds. Very simple in that regard. Now, their language construction can make it a little bit different because it's a sort of foreign verb, object, subject, tense language. So it'd be a little bit more difficult to read and comprehend just because it's English itself is like very flexible, to be honest. But it's... We'll get to that eventually someday, I guess, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if anybody even likes this. But, yeah. Ungol just did it like that. It's double is a short, single is a long. Bringing us back to tab core. Or tab, meaning metal. So for tab, it being derivative of other things, it's pretty simple, actually. So taking this pure essence, essential refinement is built into this idea. You just take... Did I? Yeah, I did that one. Yeah, so you take your stone, right? And you refine it. And now you've got... Let me do that a little bit better. Because I also need to be thinking about the proper brush strokes, right? Very similar to like to calligraphy, right? Not calligraphy. Yeah. Do you still call it calligraphy if it's in the Japanese? What do they call it? Okay, I don't know off the top of my head. Throw it in a chat if you want. If you're interested in that. But so we've got. So you would do this just like that. Just looking better. And I'm going to skip this track because I don't want it on here right now. Oh, okay. We go straight into the piano version. It sounds better. And then pure, right? So, boom, boom. And this would be tab. I just changed it officially, and I won't even stick with my own change. Tab. So, tab. That's metal. Now, back up to trab. Trab meaning rare. So, if I wanted my trab, it's going to be a metal. So we've got this idea. Got this idea. But then how do you make it rare, right? How do you say that this is an essential item that is rare? And so my thought process went to, well, you just put it deep, right? If it's deep in the earth, well, in this case, I can't use... That's one of the sort of frustrating thing that I've worked myself into this corner. Earth, they would not call anything Earth because we call things Earth. And I should probably look into the etymology of that, actually, to see which came first. Like, do we call Earth Earth because we call Earth dirt Earth, right? Probably? I don't know. But so... I just said, well, if you put it deep in the ground, it typically would denote that there's a certain rarity to it. There's a certain inaccessibility to it, right? If something is deep, then it is inaccessible. At least in their, the deeper you go in their worldview, the worse things become, but also the harder things become, more difficult, because there's a lot of lore reasons for that. I'm trying to think if we've really covered it in any episode. I think if you go back, I mean, it makes sense that we're talking about Upanor's episode, because he lived in a Ungolian, well, a joint venture between the Ungolians and the Kashar. But he is well versed in Ungol. But so you go like this. Golly, look at that. There we go. Nope, not good enough. Maybe I do it this way then. There we go. So now you've got deep, pure rock, essentially is what it boils down to. And this means rare. And so you get your trab core, you get your treasure by saying rock, pure rock, deep rock. Trade good. I'm still trying to figure out if that's probably like this, right? Circle it on all sides and then cut off the corners. That's probably the best way to do that, so you can get the proper, and then like do it all vertically instead of like smushed over like some sort of rotting pumpkin. But there you go, and this would be Trabcore, aka treasure. Trabcore equals treasure. And now this is all just like still vocabulary stuff. We're not even getting into the construction of a sentence or the construction of even a more diverse term than an individual thing. But we're getting there. We're working our way up to it. I mean, this is the first episode, and I'm working through it myself. Here's all the noodlings that I had that caused all this. See, look at this. Just iterations and stuff. But that, I don't know if I like that. Rote. This is another very important one. Rote equals mouth equals this. The top part's too big. That is mouth. And from this you can get things like, how apropos, Nibjun's thing kicks in. Since he's Ruleyall and Veneer, which is, it's essentially, it is at one point considered fully Ungolian. And that's not to this point, but, whatever. This one is funny, because I made it funny. Rote, mouth, it's a nose and a mouth, okay? They got big noses, so it's got a big nose, and the males all have big old beards. It's a cultural thing, so they all have like large beards. So, sometimes, look at this. Look, I'm an example. It's like look at that triangle mouth. So that's rote. And you can do all sorts of things with rote because since you got that gap here, you can put things in there to say speaking truth, which I think that'll be Vober, V-O-B-R, right? Let me make sure. Yeah. So Vober equals like truth slash it's like it's truth, but truth in the sense that you're not trying to have any subterfuge. Like you're just being honest, right? It's very clear. That's the idea of this. Because I don't know, it's just a slightly different connotation than truth. It is more like honesty, I suppose. Well, no, it's not. No, it's not. Because honest is a different one, right? Did I make that a different one? No. It's all the same. Hold on, I've actually got my list. Yeah, Vober is on Vobrir is honesty. Vobrin is to be honest. I think that still tracks, right? Hold on. I've got so many stinking notes here. I'm trying. Part of this is just me forcing myself to work on this stuff rather than being so scatterbrained all the time about it. Where did that note go? I think I put all these away. Okay. Don't need those at the moment. Don't need this at the moment. No. That's really old stuff over there. This also. I do not need this one over here. This is the one I was looking for, right here. Yeah. So I still have the 5 vowels. I've been the way that I'm thinking about this. For those verb things that I was talking about back, I don't know, like 10 or 20 minutes ago. I can't even keep track of how much time. We've almost been going for, how long have we been going for even? How long is this? Like, I don't know, like 44 minutes. Oh, there we go. I found where I can see it. It's right there. 45 minutes already. Crazy. And I haven't even done any work. We're all still in just like the beginning phases. It's just too much to cover. It's just, I blame myself because there's no one else to blame. This is truth. It means sort of like lacking guile, but no, I don't like that. It sort of means that, but it doesn't actually mean that. Let me just show you the symbol to kind of give you a hint as to why, like, I'm having trouble with it. I'm not having trouble with it. It's just, this is part of translation, right? I'm intentionally making these languages somewhat hard to translate because no one language is the same as the other. And translation is not a one-to-one. It is generally going to be an attempt to find the truth in what you're doing. So we've already established that this is mouth. So if you've got a pure mouth, you're speaking. And then Oh, right. We have one step that I forgot to include in this. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, look, I wrote to him so already. I had that prepared elsewhere. There it is. Right. So you have to be speaking Vober's truth, but to speak is lore. That is speak. Oops. That's a bad K. There we go. So I need to do speak first, which is like this. I'm still toying with how I want this. It's gonna end up looking basically the same, but I think it's like this maybe. Sort of like action lines coming out of the bottom of it. Maybe it's just like, I don't like that. I don't like that single one at the bottom. That one looks bad. Do I have any of the, why is this up here? That doesn't need to be here. I was toying around with the idea in some of these. There it is. Yeah, so I had settled on this at one point. That this was lore, or lore-ear, meaning to speak. And I think that works. You know, I think that works. I mean, I should write it more cleanly, probably. So, like, if I just make it a little bigger, I can do it better. There. I think that works for lore-ear. So that would make this Vober, right? Truth. It means you're speaking truth. That is what the intention of it behind it is. So now you got speak, speak, talk. Like it means sort of the same thing. That gets you to Vober. Because what are we trying to get to? Oh, and the other one I was working on was Tishcom lore-ear Vobrin, which we've mentioned many a time in here. Good old. Let's just put it out up here. It's a goal. Maybe we'll say let's try to make the goal for today to be able to write Tish. Whoops. Tish. Calm. Lore-ear. Vobrin. But I think this is actually. I said this in Nibjum's episode. Not Nibjum's episode. In Upanor's episode. I think it's going to be lore-ear. Not lore-ear, but lore-ear. We'll get to that later on. Because it doesn't really change the symbol of it, right? So this is... We've already covered both of these, right? Makes this... Well, let me make sure. I think I wrote this somewhere else. I don't know if I ever settled on it fully, but like... Lore-ear... My handwriting is bad in any language, huh? Oh, man, but look at that, I don't know if I want this city to just be like speak, right? It's just this one is this. Didn't make that one big enough. Dude, could you just like cooperate for 5 seconds maybe? I mean, I don't know, it kind of tracks, right? I don't know. Kind of looks lame. Oh, you can't even see it. There we go. Gotta remember to keep things centralized so my ugly mug doesn't get in the way. Maybe we'll shrink me down a little even smaller than that and move me over to the other corner. Oh, if you like the music, by the way, this is just our it's easy Ungolian easy listening playlist. I've just got it on loop because having this sort of music on helps me keep me locked in as we approach the 1 hour mark. How long will I do this? Who even knows? I mean, we don't have any viewers on it live, so like it doesn't even matter. But I'm just thinking about that. I'm just up here looking at this, and I'm like, I don't know if that works. Let me look at my notes here. See if I have anything. It will end up being slightly different, right? Because of the verb ending portion. What was I working on? Oh, I was working on verb endings in this one. Oh, that's for Tish, right? I was working on Tish Come Laura Vobrin in this. That's Laurier Socor. Why? Why was I writing Laura Socor? Not enough for me to actually make sense of anything. So that's not particularly useful, it turns out. Awesome. Glad to see that. But I'm not exactly happy with it anyway. So one that we did just figure out today, actually, before coming on the live stream. The live stream to no one. Lovely. Is that I figured out Omvarag we can do. Omvarag. And yes, that is a V. Their number system is interesting. Let me do that in a different section over here. Actually, you know, it's gonna. Yeah, I'll just do it over here. I'll just zoom out, jump. Whoa! That's not what I want to do. Wow. Okay. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump over here to this corner, and we'll go. Just talk about numbers. Numbers. They got a base 9 system, which is so nice. I'm glad I did it. It's so great to have it. But the way that their number system works is that instead of having individual digits, they've got like a number complex. And that looks like this. If you see this in their language, it means you're looking at a number. Remember, for all of these, you have to imagine like there's an imaginary box around them, because they all fit into a square, essentially. So they've all got a number around them. That was just a reminder. What? Oh, that's okay. I thought I got a phone call. Absolutely professional. Totally professional. Dawn? I'll have to figure that out later. You have to imagine an imaginary box around all of these. And so the way that the number system works is, since it's base 9, if you imagine that box around this, you've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit more. There we go. And let's do it a little bit bigger, so that I don't have that issue of it not calibrating appropriately. Get out of here. If you imagine a box around it, okay, let's do the box first. Maybe let's just make this easier on yourself, dude. There we go. All right, got the box. It's like this. Like this. You got 1, 2, 3. Wow, it's still just really messing with me. 4. My handwriting isn't this bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Woof. Do it. Write it. Oh my goodness. I don't know why this is giving me so much trouble. I didn't use... Maybe I'm just trying to be... There. That's a 9, obviously. This 5 can use some help. Wait. There we go. Okay. 5. I made the size bigger without making the size bigger, I think is what happened here. Bigger. Make it bigger. Bigger. There. Oh, this'll work. This is gonna work. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, look at that. Okay. And with it being, remember, but also take away the box so that it actually just looks like this. This can be oriented any way, and you always know which way is up, right? That's why I did it this way. I toyed with a lot of things. Like I sort of started like a hashtag, right? A pound sign. Cause like, oh look, I've got 9. I've got the same thing. I've got 9 things here, right? But I was like, this is cumbersome and ugly. Is what I thought about this. So I was like, I don't want to use this. How can I simplify this shape down to a point where it is simple, but also still recognizable? And this is what I came up with. Just this. Just that. And I think that that is nice and clean and works. So, to extrapolate then from that, you get this. You're like, okay, so if we just use this as is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The easiest, the one's places, you know, without going up into different things, is just a dot. You put a dot in there. You got a number. Boom. You got a number. Boom. So, all that to say, Veyrog is 5. So, that means, if we come back over here, we can just do this. And now we got Ve. That's Ve. And wow, that's so simple, isn't it? And then Rog, which I don't think we've done yet. We've done Rot, but not Rogue. 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 Wait, I think I wrote it up here. Yeah, there it is, pillar. I knew I'd done it up there somewhere. For pillar, came up with is, what is a pillar? And there's, pillar is a rock. Hooray, it's a rock. But it's like, it's a rock that's between things. It's as simple as that. Oh, I need to turn back down my eraser to a smaller size. Let's put it at 25. It's a rock. Right, because we already established stone. Stone, rock, you know. Material of hard earth. There. I was like, you know what? I like that. I had this at one point because I'm like, this is kind of a base, going to be a base word. But I was like, you know what? Pillar is not a base word, so it shouldn't be a base word because it's not a base concept. It's not a base concept at all. So we went with this instead. Rock between 2 layers. That's essentially what that would mean. AKA pillar. So if you got Umverog, you then have this. Oh, and I did, yes, and this is how you would do it. So the way to actually write this symbol in its totality, in the proper universe penmanship, we'll say, is like this. Sorry. There we go. That's Umverog. Right there. This is a little bit big. This one's a little bit big. Let me just do it again. Because it's fun. Look at this. Oh, sorry. There we go. This is the ohm. It's right here. That's the ohm. This is what I'm talking about with the prepositional diacritics. Is that a term? Is that a term? Hold on. I think I need to check myself on that. It's a diacritic. Hey, sort of diacritics. That's not what I was. It's not exactly what I was thinking of. It's not exactly a tittle, is it? Because the tittle is actually this is more of a tittle than anything else. That's beside the point. So I think there's a term. Diacritic is just close enough. Diacritic is close enough. Where are we now? We're at an hour. And we've established that this is overall. Awesome. Cool. So much progress is being made. I guess this isn't so much good for studying because I'm jabbering over literally all of it. But this is still the explanatory phase of everything, you know? So, once I get into the iterative portion of it, then perhaps it would be better for studying because I'll be able to turn up the music and sort of just make it happen, I guess. But that's overall. Let me put a box around that. So we can separate it out. Tishcom Lawyer Vobrin, we're not done with. Do I like Lawyer Vobrin? Do I like it? I don't know. We got numbers over there. If you care to know, not only do they have, that's not what I wanted. Not only do they have 9 individual places, they've got 9 individual placeholder markings, right? So like for ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, so on and so forth. Doesn't exactly equate to that because again, it's base 9, but that is not to say they don't have it. So the easiest way to look at it, well, not the easiest way, the way that I write it out is that, so in the end, like the maximum, the way that you can do this so that you have, if you wanted everything to be ones, like 1,001, 1 million, 100 million, 111 million, 111,111, right? If you wanted it to be something akin to that, which I think it doesn't exist. Okay, so bear with me for a second. 100 million, 111 million, 111,111, right? So imagine that number, it's all ones, right? If you want it to be all ones for 9 places, again, keep in mind that this will not exactly equate to that number. It'll be slightly lower, right? But if you were to do that, you would end up with this in a singular place. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, they would obviously write it better than me because they would be more facile with the knowledge. But that is what it would look like. It's sort of like a bullseye with a bullseye with a bullseye with a bullseye. That would be 111,000 essentially. 111, 111, 111. And so if you break that out into individual markers, if you wanted to say 987-546-321, right? Add that as a number. We'll do it the other way. Yeah, we'll do that. 987-546-321. It's going to be this. Do, 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 do. If you were to see this, it would equate to this. Because it's 987-546-321. So this would be the ascending. If you wanted to do it in a slightly better format, I suppose. Well, this would be the placeholders in ascending format. So this is your ones place, your tens place, roughly again. Ones place, tens place, hundreds place, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. It all works out, right? So even for like coming over to English, we've got the commas in those certain places, right? We've got tens, singles, hundreds, singles, singles, tens, hundreds, right? Singles, tens, hundreds, 3. Hundreds, tens, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, 3. So you just look at the same thing. So this is going to be your ones, thousands, millions, tens, 10,000s, 10 millions, hundreds, 100,000s, 100 millions. See, simple enough. Now you can read their language. Now you can read their number system at the very least. Now, the whole conversion from their base 9 to our base 10 is a separate issue entirely that I don't have an easy calculation for. So, it's a give and a take. It's a give and a take. But the whole reason I do this is because if they're a very mercantile organization, right? If they're so focused on mercantile on business transactions, which they are. I mean, they are definitionally like very involved with the economy of Ungolian. They have been for a long time. If we go all the way back to the Great Schism, they were using the neutral arbiters between the rebels of the Shahran and the landholders of the Shahran, who ended up splitting apart into the Leiludim and the Shudresh. They became the neutral arbiters that all the reparations, essentially, that occurred. The war reparations is a previous term, okay? So the war reparations from the Shudresh to the Leiludim had to pass through the Ungol and their system. So what I wanted is a system where you could look at a single symbol and be able to concretely understand how much you're looking at, just in one glance. So you look at this symbol here, look at this symbol here, and you can know exact the number in one symbol. Now, it's a somewhat complicated symbol, obviously, but it still allows you to do that. It allows you to do it perfectly and at a glance, which means that if you wanted, so if you're looking at like an order, somebody wanted this, they'll give you you were given your shopping list, right? If you're given a shopping list and they needed such and such number of things, such and such number there, such and such number of things, then you can write a full, like, we'll use the ones that we've already established here to sort of make it easier, but you need to buy bottles of water. So you need a dozen bottles of water, right? You need 12 bottles of water. Wow, it's really messing with me now. Awesome. Just zoom out a little bit. There we go. 12 bottles. Wow, it's still not wanting to do it, huh? That is frustrating. There, bottles of 12 bottles of water. And 30 paving stones. I don't know. I'm just trying to use rocks. I'm just saying 30. You need 30 rocks, okay? You need 30 rocks. And you need 1,348 1,348. What else can we do? Pillars? Bits of metal, right? We just need that much metal. We need that much of metal. And you could just say it's like the common, pounds of metal, essentially. I don't have like a measurement thing worked out yet. So we'll just say that. That's your shopping list. So how is that going to look when you get your shopping list? How is that actually going to look? You know what? We'll go ahead and see if a base. Can we get a base 9? Oh, catastrophe. Yeah, let's put the emphasis on the wrong syllable there. What? Base 9 to base 10. There we go. Can we get that? Oh, come on. Now give me a calculator. There we are. Unit converter. Perfect. Okay. Flip these. Oh, actually, let's do it this way. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Let's do it this way. There we go. So, does this help me at all? What is it, 12? 12 is 13. Okay, this will help. Wait, no, it won't. Will it? thinks. We're just gonna trust it, okay? We're just gonna trust that it's gonna work. We're just gonna trust that this is gonna work. Stop. Stop. Cooperate, please. Could you cooperate, please? What is happening? Please cooperate, sir. Here we go. Okay, so just for the purposes of what we're doing, and I'll go back over. Oh, golly, man. All right, so this is actually going to be 13. And then we'll come back over here. This is going to be 33. I think this should be right. This is going to be 1757. This is kind of the first time that I'm working this out. Actually, like doing the actual writing of it. So we'll see how this works. Okay, done with this for now. I'll drag this back over here. Uh-oh, look, it's us. So we've got 13, 33, and 1,757. So, using what we've learned so far, if we're needing 13, wait, what did I do? It's what? Okay, it's that. So, 13. And then 33 is going to be 33. And then 1,574. So for 1, we need this. For the hundredth place, it's that. It's the backwards L. So 7 backwards L. And then we know that's going to be a dot. And then for 5. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. And then for water. So for rock, we know this is or A. No, it's A. And then for metal, we know it's this. And then oof. And I guess you just get better at this with like time. I'm just not very good at it. This would be your shopping list. This would have the exact same thing, right? Absolutely outrageous. This means this. Look at that. Wow, look at that. Wow. Look at this angry old guy over here. This one does look like a face. So this means this. There you go. Perfect. It's a 1-to-1, you know? 1-to-1 exactly. Just my poor penmanship transcends all languages. Hooray for that. Hooray for that. So why did I do that? Just to explain the number system, right? I think that's why I did all of that. That just looked like scribbles, but we all know. The ones who know that is absolutely a comprehensible figure. Absolutely. Anyways, for all of you who are still here, which none of you are because I can see the number of concurrent viewers, and I think there is one, which I think is just me making sure that nothing goes wrong on the stream. So, I am watching the chat, you know. If any of you drop in and feel interested in doing the chat, then let's keep going. I'm still in it. I'm still into it. Here, let's go in here and put a question mark because we don't know if this is actually going to be a word. Okay. Where are we now? We're working on. Right. We said that the goal for today was to use Tish Kamlar of over. See, the fun thing is that I think I accidentally already did that. The problem is Tish, because IISH is technically a verb ending, or like a term ending, and I can't have a word be the letter T, right? Let me pull up my notes here. So the II ending is for non-physical characteristics, and the SH ending is for so maybe okay, maybe for that I just say that, like, forget about it. Okay, I know that Tish is like would technically be, but I think that only having one consonant there makes it clear enough. And you can have a word that says tish, because otherwise it would be like T with a verb ending, which is a negated non-physical characteristic. Would be tish, because Torbert Onkish, deriving from Torbert Onkish. So Onk, A and K, means honor. Onkir would mean honorable. No, it would mean like to do something with honor. Onkin would be an honorable person. Onkish would be a dishonorable person, or something is dishonorable. It is a descriptor. It makes it an adjective. Makes it an adjective ending. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. The last consonant, the last sound, the last phoneme, we'll say, it will define whether or not it is a verb or a noun or a consonant or a adjective. And I guess adjectives and nouns would sort of work in the same way in this. It could be used in either way, because honor is. I'm still working that out, so don't quote me on that. I still don't have what the use would do. So, still figuring that out. I'm going to step away for a second and take a phone call. I guess you can enjoy the music until I get back. I'll be back momentarily. That was Wade asking me about his backup character, which, I mean, hopefully he'll never need. He could need it. I don't know. We'll have to see. What was I in the middle of doing? I was... We had just done Omvra. Tish Kamala Revolver. Right. Right, and I'm still struggling with the concept of lower ear being what it is, and then Vobrin, lower L-O-R, being what it is, which you can see on the screen over here, right there. That's lower ear. then we've got Vobren, which is it's the concept of being honest, right? So maybe it doesn't have to look like that. Maybe this is a different concept. Maybe I can make honesty something different. Maybe I can make it. Maybe I did make it something different. Hold on. Oh, golly. You know what we never did? We never finished off M'avai Trabion. C'est toi comme M'avai Trabion. Do you want to get back to that? I mean, no one's here to listen to me, so I can do whatever I want, basically. But, what? We're going to go ahead and... Tish! I was complaining about Tish being in a verb form ending, is what I was doing. Tish means city. Wow, ain't that simple? Isn't it just that simple? And what I did for Tish is I did this. I did this at the weekend. I don't know if I like this. Did I ever finalize that? Hold on, I'm looking at one of my notes. Looking at one of my notes here. I'm trying to see if I like. Did I have somewhere else where I worked on Tish Kamara Vobren? That's on Varog. I felt like I had another one where I worked on Tish Kamara Vobren. I had it like this, and then I put like sort of little lumps in it, which is working so great on this. Zoom out a little bit more so I can make my movements a little bit less precise, and hopefully we don't have that issue. I made it this, and then I put little lumps in it. Why is it doing this to me? Why is it being so mean to me? Maybe it's because I didn't restart the driver for it. You know, maybe the driver's all messed up and I didn't reset early enough. I did that, but I feel like this is too complicated. I feel like this is too complicated for it. For the idea of a city. Okay, but the idea of something that I've done, okay, that's it. That's going to be it. This plays into, we will now actually move back to C'est toi comme M'avai Trabion, right? Because we did, where is it? Yeah, Vin, right? Veen, sorry, Veen is ruler, right? This is Veen. Did I ever talk about how Veen looks? Because it is both a throne, right? It looks like a throne. In like an abstract sense, right? It's both a throne, but it's also the idea of like containing purity. It's containing an essence, because for the lore of it, right? A veneer you might recognize because of like Tish M'avai veneer, and also M'avai veneer. Oh yeah, M'avai veneer. It's not Tish M'avai veneer. It's M'avai Trabion. M'avai veneer being the patron of the Ungol, right? So his name is M'avai veneer formerly, and no one really talks about this anymore in the world, but his former name was like Veneer Vobren, meaning like honest king, or king of honesty, because in their language the first symbol is the one that has the most meaning, the second is the modifier for it. So Veen, gotta use my own rules appropriately. Veen is going to be a throne, but it's also the idea of containing purity at the same time, because it looks both like the container used for water. So this is like an attainment. It is an attainment. It is a containment, but it's also the idea of purity. So if you take this, you have a ruler. But if you want to have a collective of rulers, how are you going to denote that? And what I had done for that idea, for Setok, which means council, is I took the ruler and I said, it's an unspecified number of rulers. So meaning that it implies that the setok is not a set number, first of all, for this one in particular. And that's where you could get to the different idea of, oh, you know what? I got to bring back my converter. Because let me not do it there. Let me do it here. Oh, no. Did I X out of it? I think I did. Briggle flickle. I can do it over here. Where'd it go? Convert base 10 to 9. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I think this is easy, though. Because if I go from 15... Yeah, it's just 16. Okay. All right, so for 10s, it's easy. It's just one more. Okay. 16. 16 would be still the same, but it would be a dot there. Because there would be, in comparison to the Setokumabe Trabillon, if you had this, I'm getting too precise. It's messing up again. Let me make this a little bigger. Let me just do it this way. Let me just do it this way. Let me just do it this way. This, right? This would be the Council of 16. Or 15. This would be the Council of 15, which would be the eldership of the Ungolian Veneer. Because there are... and I think my music just finished its cycle, so let me restart that. What a good one. Homestead breakfast, everybody. There are 15 elders for Omvarog. So this would be how you would do theirs. Just be that. That would be the... This would be in Council of 15, technically. So there would have eldership, or 15, the Council of 15 elders. I don't have elders yet. I'm sorry, okay? It's, I mean, it's going to involve the idea of Tog, which is old. So I'd have to think about that. I mean, let's go ahead and put the word over here, though. I mean, since we're doing it, since we've got it on the top of mind, I know that Tog means old. I mean, I've got a bunch of other words here. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This one here. See? Why am I showing you that? Let me just show you this. Look at that. I got all these words. See? These are all words in their language. I gotta make up stuff for them. Some of these will change from here, but this is what all the languages. Look, there's even Eon. Now, could I just, like, put this on there, onto the other thing? I could probably do it. I could figure it out. In fact, do you just want to do that? Let's go ahead and do it. Let's see. Easiest way to do that is going to be to do this, right? It's going to be to, let's zoom out a little bit here to like 90. Because I want to get it all in here at the same time. Maybe a little bit less. 75. Here we are. Okay, now I can do this and I can do like a Control Windows key S. Take a little screenshot of it. Do that. Now it's on there, so I can move it back over here. I should be able to go ahead and click on this. Maybe just paste. Haha! Look at that! Look at that! Perfect! Aren't I a genius, eh? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, this, and then, where's the move this? Is it right? Oh boy. The DPI on that is way too small, though. That is not going to scale up well. What's going on here? the selector. I wanted to take the selector. I want to make it bigger. Sir, can you resize it for me, please? Oh, oh, that's not what I want. There we go. Oh. There we go. That's what I wanted. Alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I go here? Yeah. Getting back used to... Ooh, that's not doing too great, huh? I think I have to confirm it before it gets, like, actually illegible. Let me drag it out and, like... Let's see what happens if we do this, though. Okay, that's doing all right. Can I do, like, where's my... Let's just do it this way. Let's just keep going. What? Am I on the wrong layer? What happened?
What happened here? What's happened? How have we gotten to this point? What's even going on? How have we come to this disastrous outcome?
Oh, I was on the wrong one. That was the problem. Great. Alright. So let's just keep making it bigger. Yeah? Just keep making it bigger. I can slide it around now. Yeah, okay, yeah. Commit to the transformation. Alright, we're still legible. We're still legible. We're still legible. Okay, but we do have to redo the bounding box, don't we? This is probably like one of the most inefficient ways to do this, but
I'm scared to do it anyway.
Okay. Alright. That'll do. And then we'll just move it here. There we go. Perfect. Look at this. This is relatively legible until we put all this stinking stuff on top of it. And then what we'll do is we'll make so this is going to be word layer. Confirmed words. And then a worksheet layer. This is going to be chaos by the time we're done with it. And actually, I should flip these. This should be worksheet. And this should be confirmed words. This will make it easier. Believe me, this is going to make it easier. This is going to make it way easier. Stop it. Use your fingers correctly, sir. Okay. I'll move this here. Okay. So, we're on confirmed words. Good. Okay. Let's get to... which one do we have? Which one do we have? There we go. No, not Sasso. But, no, we can't do that. Record, don't have record. Got rot. There we are. Rot. We've got one, finally. Look at that. Okay. Rot. For confirmed words. We're on confirmed words, right? So, rot. Or, sorry, wrote. Excuse me, it is wrote. You ignoramus. It is obviously wrote. Great. Okay, let's zoom in some more so I can That's terrible. Finer pen. Once again, if this is going to be official, I mean, I'll actually go in and I've got an SVG editor that'll actually do this neatly in, but for the time being, this is going to work. This will be very useful later on. Let's see, what did I say this was? There it is. That one's silly. And actually, we're gonna hide that so I can't see it. Maybe. Okay, maybe I do have though. Nope. Bad. Nope. Make that line straight, sir. There you go. Wasn't straight enough. There. That's better. Okay. There we go. Co is over here. Don't have. I really should get to Care Novus at some point soon. Sitoke, we've got. Oh, nope, I'm not there. What is that? Stop. Gotta zoom in more for this one. Should have made that double spaced or something. That little mark on the bottom is just causing me fits. There we go. That's better. Nope. SOAC core, I think we can, because it'll actually be SOAC, right? This one we can, well, no, I can't. Because I don't like the one I have for SOA core. I don't like the one I have for that. But so I do have. So we do have. So we do have. So we do have this. That one's pretty easy. Whoa, 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 whoa. And look, there's good old tag. Tog. Tab. Tabe. We made this into Tabe. Snorpy, what are you doing? Stop. Stop it. Storp it. Dorp it. Gorp it. Okay. That's what I wanted. So we got this one done. It's this one. Perfect. Oh, look at that. I did, sort of, okay. I did sort of move in the direction of getting those all actually homogenized into one single idea. Interesting. Come back to that later. Now, okay, yeah, okay. Look, I did make the distinction on this. That's good. That's good of me. That's good of me to be consistent. But we can do this. It's like I'm almost singing the right song, but I'm not. I don't like that. Trapcore, and then trackcore. No, that one's not right. That one's gone. That one needs to be gone. It's gonna be something like that, but I don't like that. Ooh, there's more. There's Tomb. We got Tomb. Done. Bang. Bong. Boom. Vol. I don't have Vol. This is actually for Veen. Oops. I don't need. Oh, right. That won't actually matter. That's terrible. That. My other ones have been bad, but that one was terrible. Oh boy, wow, it's getting worse. There, that's better. Oh. I forgot about this one. Terrible. That's terrible. I can't stand that one. Whatever. I don't think I went through this side very well. Definitely not. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. We didn't have one for Arc, right? Eric. No, I didn't even put it on here. Don't have Dole. Don't have Alum. Uh-oh. Slave. Oh no. Okay, these I didn't have. Didn't have those. Getting over here. Okay. This again. I should probably take this out of the playlist. Sorry, I don't really like to listen to it. I feel like we had more than that. That's so few, man. Look at that. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Did I already count that? Oh, I forgot to put up here. That's disappointing. All right, well, cannot be helped. Back to, and then we can actually delete this one. We can actually, trash that. Okay. Back to the worksheet. This is what we're working at for Tish. I don't really like it. Now that I'm looking at it again, it's sort of lame. So, what do we do? What do we do about that? What do we do about that? Well, let's keep on the task at hand, right? Tascadero, man. I think that's a place. The task at hand, beyond Tishkamlar of Obrin, is... Wow, really? Really? All right, let's zoom in then, since you're being a jerkmeister. That's a great K. Look at how great that K is. It looks like a man trying to do a zombie or something. All right, let's sit talk. My Ks are fantastic. So we've got set talk. We just talked about that one. just centralize it here. Let's just centralize it beneath it all, okay? Nope, that's going to be a bad start. That's too small. Let's make it bigger. Not happy with it, obviously, because I erased it. I guess I sort of blew past this one here. This is. I was like, hey, this is Mavi. It's scales. It's scales. That's about all I need now. It's just scales. And then so close. The question is, for Mabi Trab-Eon, is that enough? Is that enough for an intensifier? I've also toyed with the idea of making it angled for the Eon amplifying ending. Just like that. I think that actually looks a lot better. I think that looks a lot better. But I've also just done it like a double underline. Just underline, underline. I don't know, there's something interesting about it doing this. Something intriguing about it. I can't quite put my finger on it. I'm not sure. But and then if we do it this way and this way, that makes it Seto comme mauvais trabion. Because there's the ko, there's the om. It's containing these two, joining these ideas together. This line makes the comma, which in their language, spoken language, would be a slight pause, but it makes it so that the diacritics, we're just going to stick with that idea, the diacritics going on the outside link to separate ideas from each other. The line between the two links two ideas into a unity. So those two, and this actually fits with some of the ways I've been thinking about prepositions. They're relational. So they're, I guess you could call those relational diacritics on the outside, which is a little highfalutin, I suppose. But, you know, sometimes you just kind of got to do it, I suppose. You know, sometimes you have to make decisions and go with them. So, there you go. Mark. What? Seto comme mauvais trabion. Got it. Boom. Lock it in. Now, that didn't really help us at all with, like, making the vocabulary any bigger. But, it definitely finished off Seto comme mauvais trabion. Look, if you didn't recall, this is our grocery list, obviously, where we converted from base 10 to base 9. I think that was like an hour ago at this point, which is an insane. I've almost been going for 2 hours, and I haven't really even. What we set out to what? Finish Tish Kamala Vlobin? No. The one I was working on earlier today. That's what I'm talking about. Om Varog. Which I guess we did Om Varog. It's right there. Look at that. It's right there. Om Varog. Is that the one I was working on today? It was. It was the one I was working on today. All right, that's good. I mean, I don't know. Oh, and then I moved over to this. Is what I did. The Dolrog. Here we go. Dolrog. Dolrogue. Comp. M. I do need to zoom in more. Veneer. Vobrin. These guys you have not met because they are the novel. They're in the book. What? Why can I erase that all of a sudden? Oh, because it's not picking up on my movements. What happened? What just happened? How we jumped down there? Dolrog come veneer Vobrin. So we already have some of these, right? We've got veneer. Or we've got Vin. To make it veneer, this is... So we got Vin. And I'm just thinking about how this is going to work. Because now, if we go into this step, then we're going to have to start talking about how the...
Sorry, I got my text message.
How the whole grammatical system works. I mean, we haven't even talked about that at all yet. And it's a whole ball of wax. I don't know if I should do that 2 hours into it already, but you know what? Why not? Why not go ahead and get into it? Where's those notes? These notes are here. Nope. These notes are here. Obviously, here are the notes. Perfectly legible. So, you know what? I don't know if I want to... The text just does not work in this, really. You know what? We're going to jump over to this program. If it'll open. Because I will visualize... This is my SVG editor that I'm opening up. And we'll just sort of get started. Because I've done other languages in this... and the text editing in here. So I would use this, but it's like drawing is very bad because it's not really meant for drawing. So like, look at that. Look. It's just not as good as the other one for drawing purposes. Like, how do you even zoom out? There you go. You got to hold shift and. Okay. Yeah, this one is definitely not as easy for touchpad, but I can use it to do text boxes pretty easily. So, it's not really just verbs though. It's just for like endings. It's just endings, right? There's I. Okay, I need to do a different font than our typical IMFL English. Let's go to like what else do I call it? Trebuchet. Trebuchet works. Do I like Trebuchet though? I got a bunch. I can choose from whatever I want. I'm the master in this one. Arial, boring. I don't want to do Arial. But I didn't pick Trebuchet of all of them. This is really critical. This is really critical to what we're doing right now. That I picked the right one. Gabriola. How does that look? I don't like it. Okay. Oh, look, we could just write it in Leiludum. Yeah, let's make it really easy to read. Yes, that means it's a custom font. We'll do it in Mozart. No. We'll do it in Nibeljash. Nibeljash probably, I don't know if I can consider it my favorite, but it is an interesting writing system at the very least. Just, could you pick one though? Could you just pick one? I just don't want to use it. Just Trebuchet's fine. Whatever. I don't like it looking at it now, but you know what? I can fix it later on. There is the I. Oh, come on. I. There is what? The text box isn't big enough. Awesome. Here we go. Just make it big enough. There we go. You know what? Okay. Well, oh my word. Everything's going to pieces. There. Now it's going to be big enough for sure. Why are they so spaced out like this? What are you doing, sir? Fine. Whatever. Back up to 250. Okay. Use your fingers. There we go. A-E-I-O. Right. O. Nope. 2 O's first. You've been doing that, so keep it the same. And then there's U. there's that part, and then, because why not? So this actually isn't endings. This is not appropriate for endings. This is... It is sort of verb. It's not verbs. You'll see in a moment, okay? You'll see in a moment. You'll see what I mean and why I'm struggling like a buffoon. And this is verbs, and this is endings. Oh, good. We're back to this. Endings. Let's just spell it, right? And then this is SH, N, R, and what did I say? SH, N, R. Oh, and I didn't come up with the other one. That's right. That's why I don't know what it is. Only 4 of those, though. So I can leave that in my preferred font. So for I endings, verb, yeah. Okay, this is for non-physical. Wow, maybe I can type more than like a 6th grader. This is, okay. I wrote it poorly on my notes. That's what's going on. For non-physical characteristics. That is what II is for. Non-physical characteristics. And could I just be using a word processor for this? Sure, but I don't want to. Non-physical characteristics. This being in the same vowel, right? Being in the same vowel, I want it to be related to the other one. So this is going to be for... Oh, wait. Actually, that's not true. Again, this is all a work in progress. So I think I have the concepts all in the proper place. Well, I have the concepts that are working themselves out, but I don't know the exact way I'm going to organize it word-wise. Word-wise. Vowel-wise is what I mean. So let me just get them all down how I have them currently. So this is so this is I, this is a, or ah. I think they're distinctly ah. This is for physical characteristics. Then I have I is for physical interaction with inanimate object, as in like grammatical subject object, right? A I have as for physical interaction with animate. I have EE as non-physical interaction with self. I have E as non-physical interaction with animate subject. Oh. Again, the text box got too small. It'll go wider, but it won't go deeper. O being physical interaction with self. Single O is non-physical interaction with inanimate object. And then the U's I don't have anything for yet. Now I'm just going to take a moment and look at this and consider whether this is a good idea. It seems rather convoluted. So it isn't actually a verb, right? It's not actually for verbs necessarily. It's more for like a disposition of what this word is doing. This base word, right? So for example, Vin, we already established, meaning ruler, meaning some sort of, you're holding dominion, right? There's an idea of ownership over something, right? So theoretically, in this, you could say, say, Vin er, E-E-R, and say that this man has rulership over himself. Oh, right, because this is settled for R. So the endings give you the subject. It's like the subject / negation ending. I should organize these differently, I know. Because I know that R is meaning that it's an embodied thing, right? If you're veneer, that means that you are the ruler. This person is the ruler. This person is the ruler. So this is like, it applies to the individual. No, that's not what it means. Well, it's sort of what it means. See, this is very difficult, and I don't know that this is the best thing to do when you're live on YouTube. Even if no one is watching, like this is technically recorded for like everyone to see in perpetuity. And now that I'm thinking about it, oh boy, oh dear. Now that I'm thinking about it, with all of these verbs, not verb. What is it? What did I consider it? It's like relational modifiers, essentially. Relational modifiers. For those, I don't yet have a way to denote them to actually embody them within the symbol. And I don't know. Maybe it's something you don't say. Maybe it is something that's like verbal only. That doesn't track with the purpose of them making their own language, though. Or does it? Hold on. I mean, it's also like me alleviating my own burden on that. So that's not exactly the best reason to say that you're doing this for a particular reason. Or that's not the best reason for any of this. Interesting. For non-physical characteristics, meaning like honor, right? I was talking about honor. Ankh being the base for the essence of honor, essentially, right? It's going to be, may not be the best example because I don't have a thing for it. We'll go back to Vin being ruler, right? So veneer, it means that he has physically embodied VENIIR, meaning that this individual has fully embodied the concept of being a ruler. Is wow, that is a lot to jam into one symbol, but that's what I'm kind of doing here. But now I'm thinking about it. Shouldn't that be? Hold on. And it makes it a characteristic as opposed to an interaction, which makes it descriptive rather than action-based. Based off of how I have it set up so far. For physical interaction, I think, well, it makes it all relational. Like, that's kind of the point of it. But then how do I... Boy. You just come up with how these things work, and then you have to, like, write them down in their own language, and it's kind of like a mess, kind of. But now that we're in it, I don't really want to ditch it because I have other things I could talk about. Like I've been working on the prepositions, like I said, for quite a while. That's a different page in here, right? Is that in here? Is that in there? Hold on. was somewhere else. Oh, I printed it off. It was this one. It was this guy. It was this. It was this. Yeah, this is what I've been working on. I've been figuring out how to simplify all the different prepositions down into a more simplify them down into base pairs, essentially, like to get them to their general essence and make it so that they don't have to have so many. Is what it boils down to. They don't have to have so many, because it makes it difficult to make a new language when you have to have so many different words. So this is what I've been coming up with. I'm not going to get into this today. We'll just stick with Colm and have that be fine. But that is something to consider for a different day. Now, also, I don't know how helpful this is being to my actual creative process. I'm still talking through it all. Whatever. Who's to say? Whether has this been useful? I don't know. We got shush, we got n, we got r. Maybe a z. Yeah, the z phoneme. Maybe the v. Is v or a z? That might just be too garish, though. I'm watching myself have this idea on the recording, and now I'm watching myself have that idea in the recording. I don't know that I like it. And what it boils down to is, well, that's not wholly what it boils down to. Oh, there's the preposition construction. Look, there it is. I found it. Down here in the corner. See? Working on that. I had like 20 at one point. These letters, so the letters themselves don't exist in a language. That's one thing to consider, right? So in other languages, there's a lot of pairing between letters. So you can sort of use them to bounce off of each other. But in this language, since it's all symbol-based, they don't have... Maybe the phoneme itself can be, like, psychologically paired with another, but they don't treat their language in the same way. So, like, why should this... However, them translating their own language into the alphabet that we use to read it would then provide them a way to differentiate with said letters, right? So is there translation of their own language into the alphabet available to them going to then provide their own language with additional information that they wouldn't have otherwise used? That is such a convoluted thought to maintain. But I think it makes sense. Because, like I said, very early on in this, the translation is entirely accurate. Translation is not possible. I mean, I don't want to say this too definitively due to like religious ramifications and things of that nature. Especially like we start talking about. I'm not going to get into that because that's not what this stream is about. This stream is about stinking made up languages from a world that doesn't exist. From the world that exists only behind me in map format. Look at it. Rukor-Rotgil. Let's just go back to Rukor-Rotgil and figure out how to write Rukor-Rotgil. No, but now we're stuck here looking at all this nonsense. And also trying to figure out, like, okay, let's focus on one thing at a time. Z or V, I mean Z and sh, z. No, doesn't mean anything different. I mean, part of this has come about just because, like, I made up words before I even had the concept of language. So, like, Mavai Veneer was just the name I came up with because it sounded good for the immortal patron of the Ungol. Care Novus, same thing. I've actually heard the spelling has changed a little bit over time, but her name has remained the same. Fuelcon, he's a different sort of dude, so, like, I'm not worried about Fuelcon. But same with, like, Ungol. Same with Ode Invar, you know? Ode Invar, like, what does Ode Invar even mean? And I think I had an idea about that. Oh, no. Can I find it? What does Ode Invar mean? So, AAR, that's what. AAR is going to be an ending, right? So it's an individual, it's a personified description. You're personifying this sort of concept. And an AAR is what? Physical characteristic. So it's a physical characteristic. That works really well. And that's probably why I did it. You know what? There we go. I figured it out. The reason why I, and I relational modifiers aren't opposite of each other is because I needed Ode in var to be something that I can actually use. I don't want to change the name Ode in var, so I need Ode in var, AAR, to mean something different. So, physical characteristics, that's AA. Okay. And sometimes I will have to do that. I already had the idea that the R ending letter was going to be make it an individual. You can see that looking through the list here, right? If we go back over to no, not that. It's my editing software. Where'd it go? There it is. If we go back to here and open up our words, and this list is pretty old, right? So, you can already see that I had scream and two scream and scream as like R being a scream and two scream or being a screamer, this ending of in. So in is going to be like the easiest one to do because that means it is the action of, right? So a veneer venins, veneer venin, right? The ruler rules is what that would mean. Veneer venin. And actually, I kind of like that as like a idiom. Veneer venin. I think that kind of is cool. So R's easy. This is going to be N's easy. This is action. It makes it an action. And then there's my decision is that tenses will be applied separately. That's what I'm saying. Tenses will be applied at a separate point. So everything is an action. We'll have to figure out how to do that. And I know that SH means that you don't have something. So it's the lack of, right? That's why Torbit Onkish would mean that you don't have any honor. Dishonored. Dishonorable. So that's the negation portion of this. So, I mean, I know that whatever this letter is that it's going to be an inaction or lack of action. Whatever this would be, so it would be a different sort of negation. It would be, so if somebody, whatever that is, that means they did not act with honor. So you would say, like, this person did not act with honor. Did not act with honor is all going to be one word. It's going to be onk with everyone. Onkiz? I don't know if I like that. Onkiv. I think V is better because V is a specific phoneme to their language. Now, how does that relate to, like, SH being lack of? Sh. Maybe the N, V, V, both kind of are buzzy noises, I guess. I don't think I need to look into that. Look into it that deeply, maybe. What do you think? What do you think of that, internet? I only partially even care about whatever you're gonna say, but it could give me an idea. I just went from weird New Yorker to Australian in the midst of the same sentence, and I don't know. What point is there to that? There isn't one, I suppose. So V, where's you gonna go with it? Lacking action. So it's gonna be completed action, right? Oh no, but there's progressive tenses and all of that. How do you say it? Because I'm saying that tenses are separate. Tenses are a separate function in the sentence. And how are they going to denote it though? How are they going to actually notify that in the sentence? Is that going to be the first word? This is a progressive action. Is it going to be even pronunciated? It's going to be even included in the pronunciation of the word. Is it a separate word entirely? How do you say that I drive versus I am driving? I drive to the store. I'm driving to the store. Is that even in this language? Is that even a necessary distinction? Separate question. Isn't it? I don't think Japanese has progressive tense really. Hold on. I know some Japanese. And they have tenses. They have negation tenses. Well, sort of. I'm trying to think of, but they don't really have a progressive tense, I don't believe. I mean, I could be totally wrong. But maybe we're not. Blocking in. So subverted action, incomplete action, failed action. That's what it is. It's a failed action. You did not do something. Lacking, attained. These are I could use way simpler words for that probably. But we're here 2 hours in and I'm on this page instead of actually doing any of the verb language stuff. Back over to this bugaboo over here. Okay. Physical characteristics. Non-physical characteristics. Physical interaction with an inanimate object. Physical interaction with an animate object. So as you can see, what I've done is since I worked myself into the corner of having I, and A, the non-physical characteristics and physical characteristics not being able to be true opposites, I have instead taken that and done it with the I and the A, making physical interactions with an animate object and making the animate and inanimate the physical, non-physical. That's what I've done. Now what I could do instead is maybe make it non-physical interaction with an... That's what I do. That's what I do. Okay. This is going to become... this is going to be better. Yeah. Non-physical interaction with self. This is going to be with self. That makes much more sense. And this is going to be physical interaction with self. Making this is going to it becomes animate object. So this is going to be with animate object. Object, yeah. Object. The subject. Subject, object. Subject, object. Did you track that? Subject, object. The object of the sentence, not the subject of the sentence. The subject is the doer. The object is who's receiving. That's what I was doing. So this is then... Okay. So this is going to be... And then this is going to be... So the distinction is going to be physical, non-physical. So this makes this E... Yeah. That's great. Okay, this is actually great because sounds a lot like eh. So those are very similar vowel sounds already. And then and all are already very distinct. Okay. This is working. All right, and this is going to be animate object, inanimate object. This is going to be animate object. Subject, object, object. And this is going to be inanimate object. Physical, non-physical. There we go. Boom. Got it. Okay. Now, where do the U's fit into this? Because they are separate. Like o, and U are different than like every other sort of vowel sound, kind of. It's sort of, kind of, also. And what am I missing here? So I've got descriptions of non-physical and physical. Do I just use it as... No, but those are already paired. So like this needs to be like a sort of separate thing altogether. I feel like I'm missing something here. Let me think of a couple sentences that I would try to translate, right? So like I drove myself... so I drove to the store. I'll be able to do it pretty easily because that's going to be a physical interaction with self, right? Physical interaction with self. I drove myself to the store. So it would be like I, and then drove myself, and then to the store. That's going to be the sentence. Now how that's constructed in the sentence, I'm not exactly sure because I haven't figured out. Like, in language construction, there are a couple acronyms that you would use. So there's, like I mentioned much earlier and only briefly that Ungolian language is a VOST. It's VOST, verb, object, subject, tense. That's how their language works. For the Mosan language, I believe it is subject, verb. Theirs is very similar to English. I think theirs is like the tense can kind of go anywhere. So like the tense, I don't think is like super important. So I think Sharon is definitely going to be the most important because its verb and tense are tied together in theirs. The verb and tense are tied together. So theirs is subject, object, verb, tense. Subject, object, verb, tense. SOVT is how theirs works. Yeah. I don't know how the Ungolian works yet. So the whole thing is like the underlying through lines of their language are interactions. It's a very much based on the interaction between concepts, between the subject and the object. So theirs may end up being pretty similar to that. And that the important thing happens first. So the important thing is going to be the subject. So subject is going to come first in the sentence. It's going to be I. And this is going to end up being actually quite similar to English in that way as well. Maybe it is just like that then. Maybe that's why they're able to blend the languages together. Because those troublemakers down there, the Ungolian Language and Omvarag, you can see where I'm pointing, right? Let me lean back so it like comes with you. Omvarag. Let me put something on it that you can see. This is totally necessary, right? Actually, no, I've got something better. See, look, now that works. Omvarag. The Ungolian veneer who live on Omvarag make it so that and you know what I could do? I could just like bump myself into being big. But I've only set up one scene. I don't want to set up another one. They have taken the languages of both the Sharon and the Ungol and smushed them together into their own sort of amalgamation of the two. So maybe they are grammatically very similar, and that's why they're able to do that with such aplomb and such ease. Because in the sense, each one helps inform the other, which is an interesting sort of idea that I'd have to explore a little bit more. But I think that makes sense then. So grammatically they're going to work pretty similar. So I think it's going to be subject object because subject object verb. So it is I store drove. So I think I'm going to construct that. I store drove. Or two. I pause because of how the prepositions work. Yeah, I need the subject and object to be next to each other because of how the prepositions work. The prepositions link the two together with different diacritics, as I've said before, and those diacritics group them in a way. Like I showed you. If we go back here and open back up the worksheet, and we go to C'est un comme mauvais travail, right? So we can see C'est un comme mauvais travail is of the, right? Comme is of the. So C'est un comme mauvais travail groups these two together. And I need these two to be together in order to have these diacritics make sense. So I can't have a verb stuck in here because then like that verb is breaking the connection essentially. Like there's too many concepts in between these two diacritics in order for it to make sense. So if this were if it was a council, we'll change that word. So if this was if this was it's what, so like Accor, it's if I was trying to say a stone given to the council, right? So if I was trying to say a stone, we'll change this. No, given will work. Given will work. And just the translation of it will be a little strange. A stone given to the council, right? So this is going to be Accor, because it is something that is being given. So this is going to be Accor. This is going to be Setok. We know that. The, we know that's Om. That looks like DM. Now we're gonna have to reorganize this. I'm just doing like the direct words, right? Because these we already have. Two, I have on my list. Two. I think it's saw. No, that's by. But this gets into that idea. Okay, I think. Let's see, where's two? Where's two? Two and toward. Okay, I do have two. And did I put it on here? Yes, I did. Okay, I did. But I don't actually have like the word two. I don't think on here. Oh wait, I do. It's foo. F-U. I don't mean that towards anybody, but F-U is how you would spell it. So this is foo. Okay, which is silly because like foo sounds like two. But give me a break. But you would not say fooal. Well, you would say fooal, but it's not going to be like foon, you know. It's going to be fooon. And then given is the issue. I mean, I have a word for transaction, which is nihar, right? Actually, the base word would be ne or ni, with a breath sound at the end. This would mean some sort of transaction. Oh, and since we've already like settled on this, so this is going to be a physical interaction to a. This is going to be a physical interaction to an animate object, right? Physical interaction to an animate object, which means that if we go back to Ungolian Languages, oh no, not that. Wrong one. To this, right? So it's going to be a physical interaction with animate object. I should put the B in object. So this is all. No. A, it's O and So it's O. And then it is attained, so it's going to be completed action in. So OON is going to be our ending. Okay, OON is going to be our ending. So this would be Nahun. That's right. Yeah. Then. Oh, but I don't actually have Nahoon. So the way you would actually say the sentence would then be Akor. Akor. Fu. Om. Setok. Nihun. Should have done one that I had. Let's see, what can we do that we actually have like a good verb version for? Oh, speak, lore. Okay. Which would be a different sort of verb, right? It would be a different verb entirely. Oh, a different verb form. Oh, and that would be... Maybe that's why I don't need additional ones, because like each word itself is only going to have... That's right. Because like... I could give you... Well, no. No, I think that's right. Because if it's all about relationships, then the if it's all about relationships, then the subject and object inform what vowel would be used for the relational ending, but the ending itself is what you have to make sure that you describe, right? Because if I'm saying something, literally, if I'm saying something, that is a non-physical interaction. At this point, it's with myself, because I don't think there's anyone else in here. So it'll be a non-physical interaction with myself. That defines itself without even knowing that I'm completing the action. The completing the action part is what I have to define. Because I could say that I said this to her, or I didn't say this to her. Those two things are the same non-physical interaction with an animate object. Non-physical interaction with the animate object is what does not need to be defined because it is informed by the subject-object relationship. So I don't need to denote that in there, meaning that I can finish the sentence if I just change the actual sentence that we're doing a little bit. Okay. That's what we can do. We can say, and it's going to end up looking kind of the same. So I don't want to do it that way. Because I was going to say I could just do like the ruler spoke to the council, right? I mean, I could do that, but the ruler and council are almost the same thing, so it doesn't look as cool to do that. I'm trying to think of... I mean, we could just maybe work on transaction. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we just call it today. We've been going at this for a while. No, I'm still feeling energetic about it. I do want to do something real quick on my phone though. So, while I do that for a second, turn up the music. each their own, I suppose, to some degree. Anyways, where are we? Okay, transaction. Transaction. Now I had an idea that maybe we go back and we use this, you know, the little tried and true scales, right? Have this just be transaction. Maybe that's what we'll do. Hold on. I was contemplating it in here. Not in this one. Yeah, I was doing it on this one. See, it's kind of cool. Let's see. I hope I didn't show. Here, let me cover up that. Let me cover up that so we don't see it. I wonder if that was on the other one. I have to go back through and like scrub it. Let's see, I don't think you got on that one. Oh, oh boy. Oh, oh no. Oh no. I did get it on there. Oopsie. Well, it wouldn't be that hard to figure out anyways. But shh, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anybody that I did that. I won't tell if you don't. Alright, I was, okay, yeah, so, I had this bit, maybe, I don't want to use it for this. I think that's too simple. I was keeping this for like, justice, essentially, is what I was keeping it for. And then using this for something else. So like this is obviously we already talked about this. This is wow, that's like the worst one ever. This is wealthy, meaning that like since we've already established at this point that we're gonna go subject object, right? So this is your subject, this is your object, right? So that means that you are wealthy because you weigh more than the object. Which means that, like, this could just mean poor. No, it wouldn't mean poor because poor would just be this, but with instead of an in ending, it would be an sh ending, which I think is interesting. That they wouldn't have a word for poor necessarily. It would just be lack of wealth. I think that that's kind of cool. So this would mean something else entirely. I mean, because now you are lighter than whatever this is, whatever the object is. So, like you could say, I mean, it's got the idea of lacking. It's got the idea of want. Maybe that's what it is. It's like desire. Like desire, maybe? Want to desire? It means that you are in want. That means you are lacking lesser. You can see conceptual I'm going for here, but I'm just trying to figure out like what it would actually be best as, because it is technically the lack of wealth, right? So maybe desire actually works really well because that would then impute onto wealth that it means a lack of desire, which I think is nice and ironic in a way, right? So like they're thinking that wealth allows you to have no desire, but as like experientially, like through like the knowledge of the actual world, we know that wealthy people are oftentimes the most desirous of like finer things, Like the more you have, the more you want, sort of thing, right? So I think that this would be a fun. I mean, it's true because of the language, but it's sort of a misnomer as far as, I would say, like human nature, but we'll call it mortal nature in the context of Ungolian. I think that that's very interesting. And then so then we get over here to this guy, right? Like, what is this guy? Because that means that the subject and object are of equal value. So is this just like justice? Well, I think I have to make this justice because in the lore itself, Mavai Veneer, I don't need to write his name. Why am I writing his name? Mavai Veneer is in the original construction of the Mountain Triumvirate of Fjolkan, Mavai Veneer, and Kernovis, two of which, or actually all three, we'll just go and say all three of which no longer use their original names. They were called the Mount Triumvirate, and Fjolkan would know the good things about you, Kernovis would know the bad things about you, and Mavai Veneer would know the proper balance between the two. So I think that I have to use this for the concept of justice, or for justice, like if somebody's doing justice or not. So but what is that word? Now that I don't think I really have a concept for it. Hold on, let me take a look. Let's take a look. I don't need to do it on here. I could do it on here. Open the words. Do you see one in here? Do you see one? I don't think there really is one for like justice. There's a coward. That doesn't have anything to do with that, so that's not useful. Have reasons for everything, and I just don't want to use them anymore. Non-physical interaction with self. No, that doesn't make any sense anyways. Non-physical interaction with inanimate object. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then SH is lacking. There's a lacking interaction. Okay, that actually works great. And maybe using the in at the beginning, so it's like, sense, actually. But how do you objectify that? Or symbolize that? Am I just totally going crazy at this point? Anyways, back to the matter at hand, which is seeing if we have a word that's like similar to justice that we'd be able to use. No, this. IIS. That's not even ending. Novice. I might just change it to novish. Novir. Oh wait, no, this. Okay, that's what it is. This is its own word. This is over here. Record or history. So novice is just sad history. That's why that is. Okay, I can leave that alone. Okay. We're fine. Don't freak out. Ooh, hold on a minute. Polam. I have is revered or holy. Do I make that also justice? Do I wrap that into there? Are those similar enough concepts? I don't think that it works symbolically for the balanced scales to mean... No. I think it does work. But I think that it's too restrictive is the issue. I think it's too restrictive to lump justice in here with Polam. I do want to revisit Vober. Because I don't like that it looks the same as Warrior. Oh, here we go. That's the useful one. Und is to bargain. Yeah, I don't have one. So I guess I can just make it up. I guess I can just make it up then, if I don't have one for justice. Okay, well, let's think here for a second then. Justice. What sounds good for justice? This is the fun part, because I wanted to make sure it's like someone who's doing a judge then is going to be something ear, right? IIR. Wait, is it? It's a non-physical interaction. We do know that. Non-physical interaction. So, if it's a non-physical interaction, it's not going to be with self. Non-physical characteristic. Okay. So yeah. So. So what are we saying then? Should I be bigger on the screen? Should I scoot myself over just a little bit? There we go. That's better. That's video. I just have like so much on my desk. You can't even see. Should maybe move the camera back a little bit. The screen's not that great to look at. I mean, I'm on it, so it's not that great to look at. And what do we do with the U's? What do we do with the U's? What do we do with the U's? Oh! Okay, so physical characteristics, non-physical characteristics, non-physical interaction with self. This is all self stuff. The I's and A's, they're all self stuff. The E's and O's, those are with objects. Yes, objects. Meaning, grammatically, the object of a sentence. Something that is having something done to it. So what is a U going to do? What is something that I'm missing here? What is a relationship that I'm missing here? I've got self to self. I've got self-defined, self to self. Self to inanimate, self to animate, self physical to inanimate, non-physical to inanimate. What is one that I'm missing? I know that I'm missing something in here. I'm thinking, like, conceptually I'm missing something, and maybe I just leave it open for later use, because I feel like I'm missing some sort of interaction here. Like third person? No, because you would just say like their name, and then because there's not going to be like pronouns or anything like that. So pronouns? Yeah, there aren't going to be any pronouns for this language because I don't want to have to come up with that idea. So like, what do we do with it? What do we do with the U's? What do we do with the U's? What do we do with the Utes? You know, if you're from Jersey or something. What do you do with the Utes? The youths? Yeah, the Utes. Ewans. Yinzers. Thinking so hard. As we approach hour 3 of getting so much accomplished. And we did. We actually conceptually did do a lot. We did figure out a lot of things conceptually. But I hope you like cracking knuckles. Give you some ASMR. No, I won't do that to you. The U's! I'm stuck on this. I should probably just ignore it and come back to it later when I have an idea of what I'm missing. Because there's definitely something here that I'm missing. Physical, non-physical. Inanimate, animate. Maybe like something in between? No. It's animate, animate. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Again, if you like the music, you can find it on YouTube's. You can find it on the YouTube's. This is just the Ungolian Language listening soundtrack. You can go in there, figure it out, find it. It's pretty good, I guess. I gotta still edit the episode for tomorrow. Procrastination is something that I'm quite adept at, to be honest. You know, if I'm trying to be frank, to use Melbourne's accent in like, well, this is not actually.
This is not actually, there you are. Get him to hash the crook. Hash the crook, oh no, what happened to hash the crook?
The streaming. Could you keep it down back there, Mr. Map? Could you not crackle in the wind? I keep my ceiling fan on, so this room can get hot with my computer going. So I keep my ceiling fan on. That's why you might see the gentle breeze in my wavy locks, you know.
I don't have wavy locks. I know what type of hair I have. Enough.
So what are we doing? We're trying to come up with an idea for justice. Why are you coming up with the idea for justice? Just because I hadn't come up with one yet? We're trying to actually come up with the concept for what do you call it? Blah 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 blah. What is it? Yeah, we're trying to just make this silly sentence. Nihon. Nihun. Nihun. Nahon. Nahon. There it is. Nahon. Nahon. Arm. Just so we can finish off this sentence. A stone given to the council. Oh, but the stone is actually... Who gave the stone, though? A stone was given to the council. That's what this sentence means. This would not mean a stone given to the council. It means a stone was given to the council, you dingus. Was given. Which would actually be like transacted, right? Transacted. Which, okay, let's get back to this. Because this is not useful for transaction. Let's move down here. Let's move over here. So we could do something like looking at a table. And like, that's dumb. Don't like that. Like a sack filled with something. Transaction. It's mercantile. Does it involve like this symbol at all? Yeah, it's like trade goods given, right? So it's a secondary word. It's not a primary word. Because what it's coming from is like to ownership, right? So it's to gain ownership from. A stone was given to that. So like so it would be something like this trade good and then given. So like I attained this. So I think that goes inside of something else. Oh, terrible. Just make it bigger, bro. This is also terrible, but that's just because it's sloppy. I don't know. The more I draw this, like, the more I'm like, this is so not useful. Like, do I just put a circle around it instead? But I don't think that works aesthetically. Maybe I just need to be better at drawing octagons. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I should just be better. Maybe I should just, like, grind some of these out in my free time. Yeah, just get better at drawing octagons, brother. That's all you gotta do. Just get better at drawing octagons. Sorry, they're all German, so big. Ah, yes. You should definitely get better at drawing the octagons. The octagon is a very personal item. It makes it actually a trade good, so it's not very personal at all. It's actually definitively making it an impersonal thing because it's up for sale. What a terrible German accent that was. I need to practice that more. Get a little peek at the next episode before it comes out. Like, look at all these. These are all terrible. These are all truly awful. Maybe I just like try to. Maybe I just try to keep it all connected. Look, I think that's even better. Okay, maybe break it up like this. Huh? I don't think that helped. Also because I did 3. So like, how can I break it up into halves? So like, oh, gross. Nope, see that's 5. Maybe I just have to take more than 2 seconds to draw it. Ugh, terrible. Hey, do I just make it a pen? What if I just make it this instead? And just turn it, right? So it's like, is that better? Make it a rupee? Just make it a Legend of Zelda rupee instead? I don't know, I kind of like the octagon feel of it though. I don't know. That's neither here nor there. We're trying to focus on Nehar, Naheen, Nahoon, Nahan, Nahane, Naheen. Those are different words, obviously. Well, it's actually all like the same base word. But yeah, let's just go ahead and do these then. Okay, so. Stumped me a good bit. I mean, I had one for hand. You know, for what is it for hand? Because that's what I was thinking about. Like maybe it's in the hand, right? Like you have an item in your hand for transact. Which hand is what? What's hand? Where's hand? Show me hand. Tood. Tood is hand. And I had it look like, I mean, originally it was like this. Oh, that's too many fingers. You have 5 fingers, but they're not all on palm. And I had it look like this. And I think that's... Maybe this is it. Maybe that's better. Hold on. I should probably be iterating this instead of erasing it. So like maybe try to abstract it. I kind of like that. Let's see. Should it be the other hand though? Does this strike your fancy any better? Does that change what the word is? His thumb's a little long. Let's make that a little shorter. that the hand that is that the hand you're looking for? Was this a poker game? Gotta set my computer updated to without prompting, updated itself to Windows 11 yesterday. So a lot of my drivers are messed up because this pin used to give me an undo button on itself. So like I could be here and I could press this and it would undo. But that is not working at the moment because I had to install a new driver for Windows 11 before streaming, and I wanted to get started streaming, so I didn't restart my computer. So, you know, it's not running at full functionality at the moment. So I'm having to use all my keyboard shortcuts, which I am fairly adept at. I recall them plenty well because I made the map in this program. I like this better. It abstracts it a little bit more from like a base hand, and gives me the chance to have this be fingers, right? To have this be something like its own thing. The only problem is that like this makes it somewhat. I mean, it makes it reminiscent of you know, all the other square guys that we have. This pure in essence, right? But I think that I like this. I think that I like this. So that being said, if we come over here. Draw one. I do like the left. All right, what was this? This is my right hand. This is right hand. Maybe I leave it attached. Then we can like put the. Oh golly, I have to get him closer. So this would tend to be money because it's horizontally, right? I think this would actually be... This is good. This is a good word to have. This is a good word to have. The problem is I'm trying to figure out what it means. Because I think this also means like payment. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for transactions. Like this is a part of a transaction, but I don't know if it's a full thing. Because you could do this, and then you can, if you go even like more simplified, if you make this box even bigger, and the rest of it like much smaller. Start getting into ideas that, like, you could say that this is a transaction of stone, right? Right? You could say that it's like stone transaction. Or like I bought stones or something. Right? You could see that being its own thing. Now would that be its own word? Like that's, I feel like that's a lot to give its own word for. So maybe we do just like hold it at this. Hold it here and just say that that's transact. This is gonna be okay. Hold on. Hear me out. If we've already established that it's gonna be subject object, right? Then maybe this thumb. This is so minute. Maybe this thumb tells you whether or not you're buying something or you're selling something, right? They're different words, but the thumb tells you which one is which, right? So if it's on this side, that means it's the subject doing it, right? So that means that it's going to be that you are. What would that mean? So this would be a different word, right? This would be a different word. If we draw our terrible octagon, put the thumb over there, this is two sides, right? And then maybe transaction. Then maybe transaction is this. Maybe transaction is this. Which might be too much. Let's see. Let's take a look at it. I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm kind of digging it. But I would dig it more if we took that and we did this instead. Hold on. Wrong button. Hold on. He's like, what are you doing? The music itself is holding an anticipation. As I botch another octagon. Maybe we do it this way. Oh, too many fingers. Yeah. I like that. I don't know. Is it too much? Do we take out the four palm line? Do we take out the thumbs? No, I think the thumbs add a little je ne sais quoi to it to make it good. Well, let's try a couple more. Let's try a couple more. Because I'm digging it. I'm digging into it. Let's make the box first. I think that's the best way to do it. Different way to do octagons. That may have worked better. And maybe just like the fingers. Nah, it misses something. This misses something. This has it. It's got that it factor. I think it's got that it factor. It's a little complicated. Is my only qualm with it. It's a little obtuse. But the concept that it is portraying is equally obtuse, I believe. Transaction. The idea of exchanging goods. Exchanging agreed upon exchanging goods for goods, whether that be a monetary thing or you use some sort of agreed upon intermediary. So that would make this. Is that right? Well, I never told you how I was doing this. I think I was just doing this as like straight lines on the outside of it. So, so for E, SH, R, V. This is attained. What was it? Lacking. Completed. No, that's not right. The R is attained, right? So this was going to be just like underneath, on top. I can erase this guy. I think that's all I was going to do for it. Which would then make it, yeah, that, right? So this would say, this little tiny bit here would say, let's see if we can do it again. Because that would be it, right? Or would it be over here? Do I like that better? Yes, because what it does is it puts the action next to the subject and object, right? So this basically also acts as a period. Now the problem is, well, no, it's not necessarily a problem. Then how do you like end a sentence? Maybe the verb phrases sort of act differently, act separately. Let's try another sentence. Let's try another sentence. I need more like interpersonal interactions though. I need more nouns to use. I need more people to use. Because I have tag, but I don't actually have like what it is, so I can't say like oldie or whatever. Because it'll be tag. It's a physical description, right? So that'd be like for physical descriptions. Tagar. Tagar would be old one. Tagar. One who has attained oldness. But I don't have like the actual symbol for it yet, so maybe we work on that one now. Wait, didn't I say that I wanted to like do Tishkamal or Evo? Didn't I say I wanted to like do one of these first? Oh shoot. Okay. Okay. So we can now go in here. Turned on my confirmed words. Go in and do hand, right? And do this. Do that for hand. Imagining the wrong layer. That's why I'm doing that. There we go. Confirmed words. That's what I needed. I need the fingers to be longer. Wait a minute. No, because yeah, no, that makes sense. I was just looking at my hands like, well, if you're handing stuff to each other with different hands, then your thumbs are on the same side. But if you're handing it both with your right hand, then the thumbs would be on opposite sides, which is what the idea of that transaction is going to be. So we'll leave it as is. And I don't believe that I have like to purchase or to sell yet as a word. But I could go in here and just like add them as. See, because but the bargain, that's going to be too complicated because that would be like transaction. Speaking of a transaction, right? Be speaking of a transaction, so. I think that's going to be too complicated. Let's go try it. Let's go try it out. Because it would be something like this. Ah, it's too much. It's too much. Because it would be like this. and then I have to put all of this in there. That's way too much. That is way too much. It needs to be simplified or changed entirely. I could just do it this way, though. To just say, like, you just speak of a trade good, right? To speak of a trade good is to bargain. I think that works. It's not the thumb, it's the orientation of the hand, right? So it's always like, it's always the right hand that does it. So those thumbs are actually in the wrong place for this. Yeah, it should actually be here and here. Don't have the words for him, but I've got the words for him. And the whatever that was. To be determined, I suppose. To be determined. But I can do this as well. Listen, we've gotten some extra words in here. Got some extra words, got some extra concepts done. What even is this? What happened when I was doing this? Was I trying to draw another? It's an S. Is it an SH? Boy, I should go back and figure out what I was trying to do with that. chimed in here. I've been doing it, Will. Yeah, I didn't really clear with them that I was going to do this, but I'm going to do it. I'm currently doing it. Sorry. So what are we doing now? What am I even doing now? I'm just like collecting things. All right. Did I ever do the okay? I did do the Seto Koma Travion. Okay, good. Because that's like one of the main things I was trying to do. Yes, Will. I did start. I started. We just. I pictured it the last session. I thought maybe you'd already left because you did leave a little early. But yeah, I don't know if anybody is interested, as is listed in the description. But you know, maybe, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe. If this is interesting to you at all, certainly check out the D&D show. I might do this other days for like other things. I don't know. We have the Up+Out show as well. But you know. Basically what I'm using this for, I'm using you, internet, to make me focus on one thing at a time, basically. That's all I'm doing here. Since I'm on stream, I have to stay focused. I can't go do, well, I did take a small break just a moment ago. But, I'm utilizing technology to my own benefit, which is the purpose of technology anyways, right? Technology is meant to benefit mankind, not to enslave or deprive it of any good thing. Don't need to get too philosophical on it, I suppose. But 'tis bound to occur in the end. So, the other thing that I was considering for the coinage itself is maybe I put like a treasurer or somebody on it. I need to put the where's the chat? Where'd the chat go? I thought the chat had its own little bubble for me. It does. Hold on. Oh, there we are. Oh. No, I want that. Can I put it underneath? Hey, there we go. Haha! I can't now. That's better. That's a better place to have that. Alright. Okie dokie. Now I can see concurrent viewers and I can see the chat. I can't type in the chat, it doesn't look like. But I'm supposed to speak to you. I don't need to chat. And we don't have any mods, so like you could come in here and I'll have to block you myself. We're a small organization here at Up+Out, show.substack.com. I probably should have plugged that at the beginning, huh? But you know, it's 3.5 hours in now, so whatever, bro. Don't tell me what to do. Tombso. We did Tombso. Where's Tombso? There's Tombso. It's fun. I like that one. What else am I even trying to do? Oh yeah, all the different ones. Mavineer, Veneer, Vobrin. Veneer. Mavi Veneer. Mavi Veneer. Let's do Mavi Veneer. Wait, we already have Mavi Veneer. This is Mavi Veneer. Mavi. Oh, that's not a capital V, it's a lowercase v. Mavi Veneer. Right? Isn't that it? Oops. R is attained, R is underneath. Yeah, that's it. That's Mavi Veneer. Let's make that a little neater. straight lines. There we go. See, okay, because another thing about the languages you have to understand is that they are all like, underground dwarves. They're dwarves, to put it in the most generally accepted terms. So if you think about the language, the reason I don't use many curves in their language is that you have to think about what the initial writing method would be, right? So I was thinking about them, and I'm like, well, they're probably like a stone dude, so they probably carve a lot of things. So what I did was I made sure like most things were straight lines, because straight lines are easy to do in stone. Curves, not so much. So that's why I did it this way. That's why you don't see many curves. That's why I'm not super settled on, where'd it go? Yeah, this. That's why it's such a high number. That's why it doesn't get up there until like these. Like if you really, really need a high number, you can use those in the number system. For those who hadn't seen previously, Will, don't get too wild now, Will. Don't get too wild now, Will. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Based Will in the chat. William. I'm not going to say I disagree. Uh-oh. He's going to get himself somehow blocked on YouTube. He's going crazy right now. As I talk about how you have to consider what their initial. I keep saying initial. What even is initial? It is not, is the thing. It is not. I already have Mav Ivan here. So. I already have Mav Ivan here. There we go. Look, Mav Ivan here. It's a very important, not concept, but person. You know, immortal patron of the Ungol. Kind of important to have his name done. Now, how about Wiener Vobrin? Oh, boy. That's what we should be focusing on. Vobrin. Vober. The truth. The truth of the matter is what? Because I wish it was that. Maybe it should be. Because that would make, okay, so if his original name, if Mav Ivanir's visual name was Vinir Vobrin, oh my goodness, this is just Greg's reporting. Okay. If Mav Ivanir's initial name is indeed, oh my word, here we go, Vinir Vobrin, this would make his name change very simple, right? Because he goes from Vinir, which we already have. And then if we do truth, like justice, then it's Vinir Vobrin. Right? I believe that's right. Right? Yeah. Into this, which, you know, it swaps his roles and makes it different. But maybe that's too direct. And it wouldn't be Vinir Vobrin anyways. It would be Vinir Vobrier. Vinir Vobrier. It'd be Vinir Vobrier. It'd be this. Because Vinir Vobrin would be a full sentence, right? achieves justice. Is that sort of like the king is? No, that is. I guess the king is just. The ruler is just. I guess is what this would be. Uh-oh. Wyatt's in here too now? Oh my goodness. It's just it's a Hodge family reunion in the chat right now. Because they don't get enough. They don't get enough in the DM debrief. They don't get enough in the episodes themselves. They need to come and watch my live streams for even more pedantic lore. Even more. No edits, that's right. There are no edits in this. It's just me rambling not nonsensically, but like the term, what is the term I'm looking for? Hold on, I almost got it. Oh no, I can't. The term, whatever. This is so incomprehensible to anybody jumping in who doesn't already have such a large basis of knowledge. But jumping in at 342 right now and looking at this is just like, what even are all these? Like, those are just me being bad at making octagons. That's what this is. This, I can't even tell you what this means at this point. I don't remember. I think I failed at drawing something, but it also says SH, which is an ending to a verb, or not necessarily a verb, the endings stuff, but I don't know. And like this, what even? I circled a 5 dots, gobbledygook. Hey, since you guys weren't in here initially, Flight's gotta hop out. This is a grocery list. I did the conversions. And this is 12 bottles of water, 30 rocks, and 1,348 metal. I don't know, pounds of metal. I didn't specify it that much, but this is a grocery list. So that's, I guess, interesting. Sure, it's interesting. Someone might find it. Someone might do it interesting. I don't know. But to the matter at hand. Yeah. Vineyard Vobrier might work. Cozy core? Cottage core? Is that what the term you're looking for? I need to be wearing like a, I don't know, what would you call it? Like a knit sweater for it to be true cottage core. I need to have, this needs to be hot cocoa instead of what it is. I need to be wearing like a stocking cap. I don't wear hats, all right? I wear many hats, metaphorically speaking. But I don't wear any hats, generally. Okay. Vineyard Vobrier. Now, FuelCon is just like a whole different ball of wax. Ooh, interesting. K-A-A-N. N means completed. AA means, I think that means physical, right? Physical characteristic. Okay, interesting. I mean, when you're basing all the verbiage off of the languages you've already spent so much time doing, then like it's not crazy that it all fits together. It's all some sort of concomitant amalgam, just to use some simple words. Does that even make sense? Concomitant amalgam? I feel like it might be redundant. Concomitant. Is that even a word is the question. Concomitant? Company especially concomitant. I thought concomitant was a word. Concombinate? Maybe it's not a word. Did I make up a word? Concomitant? I made up a word. It's concomitant. I need to make them all. What's the word for Dr. Pepper? How do I make a symbol for Dr. Pepper? Because it would be. Should I just put like the word for doctor inside of water and just have that be Dr. Pepper? So it's like we need Dr. Pepper, pork butt, cheese, and then we're done. That's all I need. Dr. Pepper, pork butt, cheese, no vegetables. Just put on there no vegetables. Yeah, because I don't look strange enough sitting in church, just like, and people just walk by. These are my notes for the day. You know, these are my notes on the sermon. Wow, so cool. Total nonsense. Total nonsense. I should probably eat something here before too long. And I will end the stream then. Oh, much to the dismay of my dozens of total views. But you know what? The first stream never gets many. All right, the first stream, it's all about building momentum. Okay. It's all about building momentum. I need to set up like a chime or something for me when a chat comes in. No, that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea because if we ever actually get popular, then like it'll just be insane in my earballs when I'm trying to do that, and I would never be able to hear anything, even myself, think. As terrible as that may be. Stop! I'm trying to delete this out of here. Dr. Pepper and 30 pounds of bacon. Yeah, I mean, correct. I don't need bacon right now because I already made. It was only 8 pounds. Thank you very much. Rendered out fully. This is great to have on the internet, but who cares? Let's see. Do I have any good words for bacon? Let's see here. I don't think I do. I don't really have much in the way of food items at the moment. I've got a bat because I had to name it. I had to name a bat, so I made it Etir, which is like one who chirps. Because they don't know about birds, basically. They're more familiar with bats than they are. What type of Dr. Pepper? Dr. Pepper Zero. You don't need to drink your calories away, okay? And Dr. Pepper Zero is very good. Better than Diet Dr. Pepper. On the record, with my chest, I say these things. Now, if we're talking about variations of Dr. Pepper, Zero, then, I think each has its own place. You can't just hammer a whole like 12 pack of any of the. You could do it of cherry. You could hammer a whole 12 pack of cherry, but like the berries and cream has its place. The blackberry has its place, but I couldn't just like go through a whole case of those. Dr. Pepper Zero, you could just like one after another, after another, after another. At least for me. Now, is that healthy? These are not the questions we're asking at the moment, okay? These are not the questions we're asking. We're asking, do I have a Ungolian word for bacon at the moment? The answer is no. Obviously, the answer is no, because I don't have one. It's just like as simple as that. I've got planned. Sort of. I've planned. Got fang. I don't really have, like I said, I don't have many. I don't have like mushroom. I guess more itar aquar. Itar. That should be itar. This should be itar. They should be I like better than I. Better than I. I like better than I. That says the same thing. Itan. Gotta zoom in more. Oh no. Oh. I could do that. Yeah, there we are. Itan. It is controversial to say that Dr. Pepper Zero is better than Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper. And as much as I hate to say it, even better than regular Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper itself is too sweet. Too much had the symbol for this at one point. Cork. It was like it was something like this. It was like. It's in the old notes. It's in the old ones. See, initially I had like this whole like box sheet that I was doing, but I went back and looked at them. No cohesion. They weren't even that good. Like here, this is what I had for bug. This is what I had for bug. It was it broke the rule that I just established, right? It was like this. It was like. Come on. Okay, I gotta zoom in more. And also, I gotta go here. I had this as she-cork. She-cork. It's just too much. There's too much going on. It's like this. And like, that's not good. This is no good. It's like this. And it was supposed to be like a bug-eaten leaf, was the idea behind it. But this is breaking all sorts of rules about what I'm doing now. Like, you can't carve that in stone very easily. That's a terrible idea. So I abandoned it. Because sometimes ideas need to be abandoned. Like communism. Just throw it on the side of the road where it belongs. Like socialism. Just get it out of here. No one needs that. It's in fact bad for you. So, now I don't have anything for bugs. And I don't know what I would do for bugs. Bug. Alright, well, we're approaching 4 hours here. I'm probably going to call it, because I've lost, like, sort of all momentum. My bros in chat totally got me off track. Asking me about Dr. Pepper and grocery lists. What were we even doing? We were trying to do, we were looking at FuelCon for a second, which is actually, FuelCon. It's got an umlaut on it. It's not actually an umlaut. But it is, they use this umlaut to denote that a certain sound that you would make in the Ungolian language. Anyways. So are we full on committing? This is the decision we have to make before we end. Are we full on committing to Vinir Vobrir being this? To Vobrir. So that would make Tishkamlarir Vobrin. I just don't like the look of this. I just don't like its look. It's okay. Maybe because it would be so. Let me just say a couple more words without actually saying any words, real quick. Maybe it might be. So maybe like this makes it so that it's not a sentence, right? I probably shouldn't put that like directly on the one I'm working on. So like this would be Vinir Vobrin, and this would be Vinir Vobrin. You can hear the difference, right? You can totally hear the difference in what I'm saying. Vinir Vobrin versus Vinir Vobrin. Slightly different. But the same. I just don't know. Maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like this instead. Like we put something to denote that it's like the end. Like a little nub. Just like put a little nubbin on it, right? Just like a little nub on it. Just like put a little nub on it. Wow, too far in. Just a little nub. Is that better? Like, hopefully you don't have any sort of motion sickness, because like I'm all over the place right now. No, see like that. Well, those are obviously too big. Stop. No, I pushed a different button. I pushed this button. I don't want it to be a cross. No, I don't want it to be like across it. But like that's not really any good. Is the full breadth of it? The full breadth? Is it smaller? These are the things that I make decisions on. Is it like, do you put like capitals on it? No, that looks dumb. But it's maybe like this. It's like this instead. Something like this. Is it like this? Is it like this? No, that's silly looking. I'm not intending to do that little bit at the end there. Whoa. I think this is good for Trabion. I mean, for the Eon ending. I like that. Seto comave Trabion. I like that. I like that. I am not sold on these verb endings. Not necessarily verb endings. These symbolic endings. I don't know. I'm not sold on it. It needs more work. But that just means that you have to tune in next time. To another, whatever this is. To another, language powwow. Powwow chow. Am I done, though? That's the question. Am I done streaming? It's been 4 hours. We've done all this nonsense. I gotta save it. Gotta make sure it doesn't disappear on me. I need to come in with a more defined goal next time. I had one technically, and I think we did it. We actually kind of did it. No, we didn't. Because I said it was to come up with a name for Tishcom Lower Vobrin. And the Vobrin portion is really throwing us for a loop. Although I think we may have settled on it. So, like, we're talking... Let's see if we can do this then. Let's see if we can do this at the very end. Tishcom Lower Vobrin. Lore ear? Hold on. Let's see if that works. We talked about that, right? So, ear is non-physical interaction with an inanimate object. No. Maybe lower air. E-E-R. Whoa, what? What happened? Oh, nothing. Lower air. Eh. Non-physical interaction with an animate object. Yeah. But actually it would be non-physical characteristic. Because it is not them actually speaking to someone else. It is them just being a speaker. So non-physical characteristic that they have attained. Low ear. I-I-R. Yeah. So it would still be I-I-R. Where am I going? I'm going back here. It is still lower ear. I need to zoom in more so my mouse moves are big enough. Lower Vobrin. We can't quite though, because I'm not settled on this. I'm not settled on this portion. Is it interior facing? Like that? I don't like that. It's like that? No, that's too close to like, if I had to stack an eon on something, that means it would look like this, and I don't like that. And Tish, I'm still not sold on, because Tish I had is this. And that's just like dumb. That looks stupid. I don't like it. I just go full screen. I go full screen with my cell phone. I can do that for a moment. Hold on, I can do this real quick. We do this. We duplicate. Yeah. I'm not gone. I'm still here. I'm still here. Don't worry about it. I don't think I could do it so quickly. Maybe I can. Hold on. I think I can do this. What am I doing? There it is. No. I haven't used this a ton for live streaming, obviously. Considering this. There we are. Studio mode. That's what I wanted. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then I can duplicate to full me. Okay. Okay. And then I think I can do this and remove. Oh, I think you're just gonna watch me do it all by itself. Yeah. Okay. Oh man. Hold on. Let me turn this on. Hold on. Now, I think okay. All right. Let's make it super big. Then edit the transform. Scintillating entertainment at the moment. I'm assured that this is all totally worth it. I'm assuring you all of that. There we go. I'm doing this totally wrong. Because I'm gonna have to be on like my knees. I actually, earlier in the chat I did. Earlier in the show I did do this. So we'll do it again. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, here we are. Map full res. Here it is. Here's the map. See, I could do this. I don't have to adjust anything. I'm already prepared. See, and I could just... Now, this is way better. I know it's not quite the pointer, but like this is way more useful to do it this way. Because it actually has like all the proper names on there at the moment. Like that's what I was doing. When we did Tombstone, I was in here, I was pointing out like, yeah, Tombstone's like right here on one of my maps that I drew. Deepwater. That's what Tombstone means, and it lives here. I just haven't put it on the map because no one's been there or even mentioned it in their backstories. Like, here's Short Hassa and Gobblin Hillmount. We spent in the campaign 1 session. What era is this map? This map is specifically Ungolian following the founding of the Ungolian following the founding of the Kingdom of the Crotonil. This is the one that would accompany the book. Because the reason why it says that is because, as you can see, there's this little tidbit right here. Which is the canal that's supposed to cut all the way across the Patpacan Peninsula. The Peller is what it is called. from you'll see that in Biolan's backstory video, the Peller, and the Peller itself was. Let's see, hold on. Let me see what I put it in his backstory, because I wrote out like a huge footnote for it, an obnoxiously long footnote for it. Biolan's backstory. Here it is. Yeah. The Peller is one of the great achievements of the Fonril, conceived during the reign of King Ujrat II, started during his sons, Timari, continued through his grandsons Noakel, and finished under Ujrat III. The canal system cut across the breadth of the Patpakin from the Wojar Inlet through the body of the Shushkantodesh to the mouth of the Nertan River. Not only does the waterway cut 1,000 miles off the trip, not only does the waterway cut 1,000 miles off the trip, it also allows any merchant or other vessel to avoid the raucous storms and jagged coastlines that wrap around the south of the Patpakin Peninsula. This boy over here, see, instead of going all the way around here like this, womp 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 womp, you gotta go watch how. It cuts across from here, then it cuts out over here. That's not the one I was talking about, though. It allows any merchant or other vessel to avoid the raucous storms of jagged coastline that run around the south of the Patpakin for a tax price determined by the value and tonnage of the shipment at the entrance and exit. Yes, I think you mentioned that joke in episode 5. I went to Gobblin Hill, and all I got was this T-shirt. In your case, in your character's case, actually, in the book, you went to Gobblin Hill, and all you got was a pipe of smoke monsters. That's what you got, and a little bit of money. But you also you left that with in the book you left that with. Over the river, the depth of the canal has been dredged to grant access to larger vessels and all the larger. Where's the portion that I talked about? Did I delete some of it other because it was too cumbersome of a footnote? Hold on, I'm on the wrong page for Control F. Here we are. Okay, here it is. The Peller was conceived by Ujrat I and started under his son Timari after he acceded the throne. While the progress was stalled during the incursion on the far shores, and Ujrat II was slain prior to taking the throne, the line of kings eventually brought the project to fruition, with Ojmat being one of the last locktowns established due to its central position in the peninsula. Ergo, incursion of the far shores. So it's paused during the incursion of the far shores. So they got this far, and then the incursion of the far shores happened to have to stop to fight that whole war and stuff. And then this can also be what these lives turn into. If this is more interesting than me working on those, is me just work. I've actually thought about doing that for just discrete lore information. So yeah, but this is what DM Debrief is for. Come into this DM Debrief with these questions. That's what this is for. That's when I get to point at the map and do stuff. And next time, Will, we're gonna have your camera working, so that we don't just look at you in profile the whole time. Yeah. So it was paused during the War of the Breach. No. It was paused during the incursion of the far shores, and I'll go ahead and throw this up here. Let's see what. Hold on. I can do this. If my internet will allow me to. Ugh. So obnoxious, bro. Where is it? Is it even here? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Now, this might be too much information. Here's the timeline of the entire world. But we're specifically talking about this portion here. So let me zoom in so it's just showing that, basically. Okay, so let's see. Okay. I thought there may have been a little bit more of a break between. Oh, look, I named that town. I didn't know that. Rorish. Did I put that on the map? I did. Yay. Royrish. Anyways. There it is. Fishlettley. Oh no, the Fishlettley. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
You do have a great profile, Will. It's not your fault. It's your fault, not my fault. And we got to see some of the jank that occurs just outside of frame of a normal episode of both Up and Out and Ungolian and Oblivion, which is like the camera is sitting right next to Sam's knee, and there's like my whole clutter. What? Bookshelf. Yep, that's how it's spelled. That's what that is. Okay, I think I should call it now. I've been streaming for 4 hours for no particular. Well, no, it's not for no particular reason. I'm diminishing my own achievement here, which is what exactly? I've come up with like 6 words. If I'm averaging 1 word every 40 minutes, I feel like that does not bode well for the continuation of this series. At least for the effective use of this series. But, you know, I had fun. And we've got chat going on, so that's great. Maybe we can get some more people chatting next time. But you know what? We'll call it a day here at 4:12. Let's get one banger for the road. Let's get one banger for the road. What's a really good track? What should we use for our closing track? I mean, they're all like, they're not all great. A lot of them are great. Taking the Long Way? I don't know. I think I've used that one a little bit too much. You know, this track here, Marimba Rondo, actually started off its life as a string quartet. But on my music program, the strings sound terrible when bowed, so I don't feel like using them yet until I have a better grip of it. Better grip of it. A better sound library, essentially. It's got 4 minutes left. It's good though. I like it. But we'll go. I liked Homesick. I'll just do Homesick Breakfast. I'm gonna be like, what's his name? I feel like it is downgrading. office recordings of Goldberg Creations. I feel like Glenn was in there episode out tomorrow. Ungolian Oblivion, episode 8. Things happen. And you know what? I'll even give you this. The party splits. Oh my goodness. What's even going to happen? The party splits? There's only 4 of them. Who split where? Can you guess? I don't know. We'll say bye for now.